Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge in space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others, that they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates MEGRAV fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientists and agricultural practitioners of the Keshe Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Keshe Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process.
Welcome everyone to the 182nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 27th, 2017. And this is a production of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And today we'll have Mr. Keshe with us intermittently. He's quite busy in the background doing a number of functions, and he'll update us as we go along. Oh, hello, Mr. Keshe, are you there? Hello?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, good morning as usual. I would say good day to you whenever and wherever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers teaching. Today we have a special program which will be in two parts. We start as usual now, and then in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes I have to leave. And then we come back again around about 12 o'clock. Keshe Foundation is presenting international press conference in presence of large number of television and radio stations in Ghana. This is in response in what we are doing and where the Keshe Foundation is developing its next step of science and technology development in Ghana. This is in response to the expansion which the foundation has taken to invest and expand into research and development. The reason for this press conference is that we show what we are planning to do here, and our speeches have been written by what we call governmental officers. They have indicated to us the interests of the government, which we respect, and at the same time, just there, just 1 second, please. Ask for them. And this is what we're going to do. We have been given guidelines by the government officials that in what we have to follow in the presentation we do, and that safeguards and encourages investment and development in Ghana. At the same time, we will lay out the new developments which we have taken and we are going to do. This will be with the support of the Keshe Foundation Global Structure, which we develop more scientific structure into the work of the 4 centers which we are building up in Ghana, in China, in Italy, and in Arizona. We have gone to the next step of development, and in time to come, you hear part of it after 12 o'clock when you join us in the press conference, and part of it in a step-by-step Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday of next week will be unveiled as we go forward. You will hear some things in the background that in understanding of the technology and the work of the foundation. Going back to the teaching, we are concentrating very much on the development of what we call the space technology through non-matter condition, now that we have come to understand the power of the plasma and the field plasma. Field plasma, if and once we start understanding in more depth, means everything to us. It will become the essence of our energy, the essence of our existence, the way we absorb energy from the environment in space. How we extend this, how we develop this, how we come to understand the capabilities of our own soul is very important. It's important in 2 or 3 ways. Because in the space, the way we are teaching is one thing very clear. We do not need to depend on matter states anymore. The knowledge has been passed on. I'm teaching. The knowledge has been passed on enough that we can go into the next steps of development of the technology, which means we become independent of matter state, which means we have become independent of hoping that somewhere down the line we will be receiving some matter state energy pack, we call it food, that allows us to survive. Now we have learned the secrets of the creation. How we interact, how we absorb these energies, and what we need from the energies become part of the understanding of totality of the knowledge which have been brought forward in past few months and years. What does this mean? This means if you wish to have a status of joy, you can create that status because you know the strength. If you want to create a status for production of cells that it needs to repair an accident to an arm or a leg, you still can do. If you come to the point that you reach a condition that you want to develop certain materials that satisfies the need of the point of manifestation of physicality, you still can do. The only thing is now we have to teach is the filtering system. We have shown you how to gather, how to bring energies. You have learned how to create or how to absorb. In yesterday's teaching, I hear people speak about how they can get energy by different rates of breathing, which I explained you can do it from the energy source of the creator itself. And then once you do this, how do you convert energies? How do you convert it to the cell of a body? How do you convert it to a material for a chair? How do you convert the condition of understanding to a table, to something to create communication line? These all become a reality, which means we learn how to convert fields very much. Now that we have received it, now we convert it into what we imagine. Go back, you know this technology very well. You desire to have an arm, you create it through the understanding of the need of it, and the brain through its structure accepts and delivers. You expect the structure of, at the moment you get on a computer and you draw a three-dimensional, then you can go, then you go on let's say 3D printers to develop what it is, and then you have the material in your hand. When the man matures to understand the conversion, he'll find out that he can do this with his own thoughts, with the strength of his own thoughts, with understanding of his own thoughts. You do not need to sculpture. The sculpture comes from the state of the mind of the man, which means we become very powerful in our desires. What we desire, what we wish to have, we can achieve. What we want to achieve and what we need at the point of demand is become the limitation of the soul of the man and the conversion of the material. So when you see something in the space and you want to replicate it, as long as you understand it, it should be no problem. In time, we learn how to divert fields, how to absorb fields, how to give fields. The essence comes that we have to learn from the structure of our own physicality. It's the same brain, and then in different resistance or interactions of the fields, we change it to different emotions, to different part of the physicality of the man. If you think of it, many times, many of us must have wondered, how come the body has all these organs all arranged, the liver, the kidney, and everything else? What was the desire to have these? What was the initiator? Or did somebody come and plant a 3D man and then the structure was put in a, what I call like a CD recorder? In fact, you'll learn in time, as we develop the knowledge of the transfer of the fields in different strength, that the systems lead to the creation and the generation of the other systems to balance themselves. What this means is, once you desire to digest a food which you need or you think you like to be able to digest, then the system of the body goes into operation to see how this food can be digested, what enzymes it needs, how does it need to change its production in the stomach that can satisfy the soul of the man. So the body goes into operation. The stomach goes into operation of production of acid for absorption of this material. And then if we do it enough, that brain continuously sees to satisfy the desire of the soul, finds an enzyme for that purpose to digest that food. And then once you digest it, the system builds itself that it can absorb it. Then at the same time, the liver goes into the process of storage facilities for this special thing, otherwise it rejects it. Because if you need it, you have to hold it. If it's the desire has been to please me, has to be there. Then it comes to the blood system and filtration and everything else. Then the whole system adjusts itself. This is how we evolved. The evolution of the body of the man comes that way. So in the short time in the space, we learn a lot about these things. That our desire to have, to contain, to be able to enjoy the desire of satisfaction will lead the whole field structures to structure themselves in a way that allows the satisfaction. This is how our systems in our bodies work. This is how our systems have been evolved. In time, as we evolve, we learn more and more. As we understand the process of the radiation, the field transfer, the strength transfer, then we see the transfer in its position. Therefore, what we understand is how our desire, the need of the soul in condition of physicality, comes to manifest itself as totality of the presentation. It is important that we understand these things before we go into space. There's no use going to space when we know how to receive, but we don't understand in which way we can convert the material to be able to sustain the existence of the soul in this operation, and then conversion of its physicality. What it means to create fields as a given strength, which creates condition for us to manifest ourselves in a dimension which we appear or we desire to appear. The soul of the man is a star. The soul of the man is the essence of the creation. The soul of the man is the operation of the totality. What we do with it is our desire. There is one thing which always stays in the back that we have to remember. It's a beautiful word, it's a beautiful sentence. I made man in the image of myself. All desires come from the soul. Then the physicality satisfies the desire of the soul in the dimension of physicality. The point for all to understand is that we always thought, I wish, I desire, I want to have, and we work for it. Now we understand that desire, the source of it, the essence of it, comes from the operation of the strength of the soul. This is going to be a lot of problem for a lot of people to understand this. This is going to be a lot of problem in trying to test and try. How much field do I absorb to sustain the continuity of the work of the soul, and how much do I give from which strength that it leads to creation of what I need. What is my hope? What is my desire? What do I want? We need to absorb enough that we sustain the soul. At the same time, we convert what we need from what we absorb to the desire of the soul, that what it be. My desire to manifest in planet Zeus. So when I reach planet Zeus, I manifest myself to be shown. But I don't want to be seen on the moon, and I don't want to be seen on the Mars, because to me they are no interest. This is so important, and in many of my teachings I keep on referring to the girl which desired to play harp, how she changed her feature. Now we understand more. Now we come to understand more. Now we come to the point to understand that our desire is the giver and the structure of our physicality. This has been a big problem for many of us for a long time. If we understand who dictates our future, it's us who dictates our position, it's us who dictates the presence and the manifestation, then we'll find out many people will change. The balance of peace comes when the soul is satisfied. The balance of peace comes when the interaction with between the fields of the soul, the physicality and the emotion are in harmony. Man always have been in the race to survive. And in that race, he has forgotten many things. In that race, man has forgotten exactly what he needs to do to be at peace within himself. This is part of the work that we have to learn. To allow, first of all, our own souls to be at peace. And then, in learning it, we teach the other souls that it brings the manifestation of it in physicality. We got to understand the structure of the soul of the man is the existence of the man. We got to understand is the man who decides through his soul how he behaves in physicality, and then the filtering is just a change of operation. You got to realize something very strange. We don't hear, we don't see, but when we consume the body of another entity, be it the lamb, be it the nut, be it a fruit, the soul of the man hears the soul of the entity, and that creates a dimension of not satisfaction. And then we see the behavior with it. The closer the strength of the entity in the field to the soul of the man, the harsher the body will take. A slight deviation creates a slight behavior of the soul of physicality. Man will learn very, very soon in the space that he needs very, very little to survive. Man, it needs to understand that in the future, when in the space, these huge consumption of fields of the energies we are used to as food is not needed. Because we are an environment that is balanced and it has kept itself in the balance of itself. And this brings a lot of peace. This brings a lot of calmness. This brings different behavior. It's very much is you are working very hard. You work till late in the evening, just the day before you go on a holiday. Always stressed out. I have to finish everything at work, that when I go, everything is done. The stress will build up. And then we just get on the plane and we enter the holidays resort. It's the same man. The mood changes. The need changes. The pleasures changes. The understanding changes. It's the same clothes. It's the same physicality. It's the condition of the environment which brings a different emotion. And this is what we work. And this is what we look at. And this is what we understand. It's the dimension of physicality in the position of the environment which dictates the reflection and the motion of the emotion, how we feel and how our souls behave. The day before, 10 hours before, soul was stressed up in the office box that he had to meet certain demand in that condition. And again, we go into another condition. Again, another box. We call it the hotel room, and we see the change. We change immediately, automatically. And this brings us peace. So we have already seen these conditions. We already understand these conditions. It's just that we have had no time to look at it, to understand it, and finding out that it's us who dictates the position of our souls in the physicality of the existence. Then, if we do this, it's for us to practice. I want to be happy. I need to absorb fields that it makes my physicality satisfied in the condition of their existence. One of the biggest problems for man in a space will be greed, to have more. he will find out he has a big problem with this. The greed of the man does not get satisfied because there are no fields to see and to satisfy these kind of behavior. The greed to exist, to survive, will be with us, but the greed to add more does not come because we do not understand. Just 1 second, please. Sorry about this. We are preparing everything for the press conference. This is one of the points that we have to understand. So in a space, it cannot be where we want more and more, because the soul understands greed is not part of the structure. Because then you come to be consumer of the totality, and that does not happen because the field is stronger than you. You stop receiving it because they have to be in balance too. This is one of the beauties of this technology, of understanding of totality, of understanding how we structure ourselves according to our soul's satisfaction of the presence. What we see as riches and poor does not exist in the universe. There are no jewels to dress up to, and there are no mansions to be in, and there are no cardboard boxes to hide in from the cold. We desire, we receive according to the condition. This environment is cold for me. I like to be at the point at which my soul is happy. Two things happens. Your body creates its own shield or in strength that does not allow the totality. Yeah. Yep. In this process, we understand more and more of the same. This is part of the condition of the understanding of the progress of the soul. So once we go into that dimension, once we go into that the strength, we'll find out that the totality is in the time of the control and finding out that what we need allows us to gain what we have, what we want to have. The environment is too cold. The environment, is it cold? Or do we feel any temperature at all in the depth of the space as a gas entity? You'll find out most of the time we do not. The coldness, the warmth is a condition of physicality. Till you do not accept the condition of physicality, you'll find out these conditions don't exist. This is the progress in the total understanding of the work of the universe. These are the fears which man has carried with himself in the dimension of physical matter of this planet. The space is free. The space is total. The space is accommodating to the factors of the satisfaction of totality. This is what we will work with. This is how it works. This is how the understanding of the fields are. But the problem is, how do we absorb these fields and how do we radiate these fields? How do we accept? We expect at the present time, when we think we need the fields, I'm hungry, the body has to get fields that I don't feel hungry. It's not such a case. We have to learn what is needed at the time it's needed, that my body absorbs. What we call the tables of luxuries of food will not exist, because every second, every minute, we take what we need according to the fields of what we need. Sitting at the tables of lamb and roast and chicken and fruits will be the history of the mankind. That's something we carry with us, and the more we become educated in the knowledge of science of universe, we come to regret. Because once you become the man of space and your soul dictates this condition of physicality, the soul is responsible for the feeding of the physicality in the dimension of the manifestation. You'll find out having food the way we look for, the way we grow, is non-existence in space. You will never feel hungry. You never feel cold. You never feel endangered, because unless it's a matter of accident, you do not receive what you do not need, what you do not like. And this allows you to develop more and more senses. It allows you to develop more and more conditions of acceptance of the fields. And with it, it satisfies the need of physicality. The structure is very simple. Most of our fears are for the present time, conditioned to the condition of this planet. In space, they do not exist. Many times, when I look at the excursions into space, and I see astronauts and cosmonauts, they hang themselves to the chain that they are inside, locked up to the earth condition. I say to myself, why these people don't understand? Let the chain go. You become part of the universe. Man learns very quickly that the space suit he's carrying himself in is the prison of his physicality. In space, if once the man learns how to operate his soul, and it comes out of the fear, then he will live within the spans of universe. This is the beauty of it. Many times when I look at these astronauts throwing a hammer or a spanner, I say, how stupid. They have not learned the freedom of the space. If it was me, I'd let go, I cut the chain. Because I know in the deep space, at a point of survival, I'll survive. I know my soul will take the condition of the physicality of the environment. I have enough trust in the strength of my existence to know that now that I'm away from the gravitational magnetic field of this planet, I'm free to dictate what I want to be. The biggest problem is, how do I get out of this spacesuit? How do I get myself from the trap I trap myself into to be chained to the gravitational field of this planet? Man has never had the time to understand. He always lived by the fear of being something happening that he never allowed himself to test and try himself. For himself to understand how he changes things, how he is the dictator, how he dictates his own condition. Our fear has made us more cages. Our fear of unknown, which is we know fully, out of fear of not knowing, which we know to in totality, has kept us the prison of this planet. Question to ask, why do we die? What's the condition of death? Why do we reach to a point that we die? What brings that point? Is that the end? Or is the death in the physical condition maturity of the soul to take its own new dimension in the spans of the universe? The latter is more correct. It's very much like a fruit. It needs time to ripen. And when it ripens, it opens up. And in opening up, releases the soul of the man to a new dimension of his own freedom without physicality. Man has fear of death because of his lack of understanding of the totality of the creation. So many times I say, and I've said, I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man. It means I want my soul to be released, that I can enjoy the freedom of the space. Does not mean by killing yourself. It means that I can be part of the totality with respect to what has created me. When you commit suicide, you cut the line of respect to the dimension. When you die in a natural process, you have committed The separation is like saying goodbye. Thank you for looking after me. Thank you for nourishing me. This is the difference. Respect for existence, even respect for the mother of your soul, which is your physicality, in nourishing you, in nourishing the soul of the man. Man needs to mature. Man needs to understand more. Man needs to come out of this fear of death to understand it's a joy of freedom. It's a joy to be able to interact at a higher order. As I said in the other teachings, it's like the electron hidden within the center of the neutron. This freedom brings more agile, more energetic, more powerful system, what we call electron, but it still keeps in touch with its physicality. Once man learns this, once the man, human race understands, he will not yearn for death, but he will yearn for elevation of it to achieve freedom of physicality, where in the new dimension will attain another physicality according to the satisfaction of the soul and the presence of its existence. Existence is sweet if man understands the sweetness of the universe, how sweet it is to be part of universal community. Because there and then man understands he is not in a family of a child and a mother or a father, but he is a family, part of the totality of the whole membership of the universal community. Then the family is big, it's just, it's correct. In the progress of this development, different humans will choose different paths to the maturity. Some will take into spaceships, some will take into the process of understanding the separation of the soul that they can control. Some will go to the ultimate point, understanding the totality of the operation, which is existence of the field, of the existence of the universe. Then there is no universe. Then you become part of the universe as you can travel the span of the universe according to the feeling. Even the ray has emotion and the soul. This is the beauty of it. Go back to the book number 2 and you understand more. As I said, I have to attend the press conference. We go back and then we come back around 12 o'clock when the press is set up. And I hope you can join us. Webmasters, it'll be nice if you could have the introduction intro, which you play usually first, that we can start the conference with that. If we can link up to you, that we could have it, that you play it, and then we start the conference. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, would that be just the first video or the first 3 or 4 videos that we played together?
Just the first video.
Okay, thank you.
It's so beautiful. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I think Rick is busy trying to make the recording ready for Mr. Keshe's interview.
Hi, Caroline. I'm here.
Hey, good morning. I know you're busy.
Lots going on, that's for sure. Yeah. We're wondering whether to start a new stream when the interview comes on in a couple of hours here now. So we're just trying to figure out whether we should restart the stream in order to record a new video for the interview part. so it'll be ready to go right after the workshop.
I think that's a lot of work for you. If you can continue, then we can still break it up in pieces, I think. But I think you better just keep on going. If we can take a break somewhere, then we'll see where we can fill it in. But most probably it will not be on the time as we usually do. We can adjust, we can be flexible. So I think for all of you to be more peaceful is to continue. And I know you're going to have to restart most probably streaming on Facebook.
Yeah, we'll have like a 4 hour limit, I think, total. So once we get into the interview, we might only have an hour or 45 minutes or so before we're forced into restarting that stream.
How long does it take you to restart Facebook?
Only a couple minutes.
So, Flint, you can always add those extra minutes to make it complete, that people don't lose that space in between.
Yeah, the thing is, we wanted to have the video ready right after the broadcast, is the way we understand it from Mr. Keshe. So we'd have to make sure that's complete, ready to go. Otherwise, it would take several hours to render.
Yeah, that's no problem. That's no problem. I would suggest restarting the stream. That way, you don't have to restart at the 4 hour mark, which could be in the middle of the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
We can take a start. We can take like a break for 1 minute on the Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And then restart, and you can carry on, but we keep the Zoom continue.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So we can always put a 1 minute or 2 minute silence in, and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be perfect, actually. I could keep the live stream going, that's not a problem, but I did think if I restart the live stream, that should leave a separate video that we'd be able to easily recover at the end as well. So that's another option. But we don't want to lose our customers either, the people that are listening. If we restart, it's always hard for people to get back in a little bit, you know.
Yeah, if we take 1 minute silence, then you can do all the arrangements in the background. You just need to notify when is the best opportunity to do it. And if you be in communication in the background, Vince, to know when exactly this should be the best time, you can calculate it out then. I think that will be more peaceful for everybody.
Yeah, if we have to get Mr. Keshe to kind of stall for us for a couple of minutes or whatever if there's something that can be done there.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like a better plan. You guys okay with that?
You got time. If you can figure out something more convenient, feel free to share.
Okay, we'll work it out in the background here. Let's carry on then, I guess.
Thank you very much. In one of the videos of the starting of videos before this program, I think it is in the first or the second one when the lady is speaking more extensive about the knowledge. The totality of the understanding is already explained in there. If you re-listen to these startup videos which we are playing, it is amazing how much you can already understand by just listening to the intros. If it sounds difficult, even this half an hour with Mr. Keshe as the start, we're just trying to explain to you that we're going to have to learn to reverse complexity and difficulty into simplifying, because it is so easy. And I get and I understand that a lot of people are getting lost, especially the people which are educated and have spent their lifetime working, trying to gather knowledge. And now you get confronted with a knowledge like from the KFSSI, like the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe, or the knowledge seekers. Your mind really gets on a carousel of, where the heck have I been? What have I been doing? And it's very difficult to see or to come to connect. But the simplicity is hidden in a simple way. Don't make it complicated. Don't use difficult words. It's just, we had to name the child for you to be able to identify what is what. But if you analyze how easy and how simple this process is, even just to do your nano coating, you can buy it off the shelf in the shops. You just need hot water. You need a plastic box. You need some pieces of copper of any metal, but let's say we start with the copper. You need hot water, and then you just do the step by step as we've been trying and explaining for so many times to get to your nano coating process, and then wash your plates thoroughly, and then place them in a salt water solution at your choice. And then you create life. You visually see the development in your small box or big box. And then, after this simple procedure that a child of 5 years old can do, has done, has shown it, then you start seeing all the applications which you can do with what you have created yourself, your creation. I'm trying to keep you into the very easy way of thinking. No difficult words, no mumble bumble, no akrabadabra that a normal person cannot understand this language. Mr. Keshe has made sure that every single person can understand, can apply, although, of course, you have to keep some safety procedures because you're working with caustic, which burns, and you work with hot water. You get the steam, so don't inhale it. And don't get burned. But the fact is, stay in a simple, easy way of understanding. You then can, with your harvest, after you even washed your ganses, that there is no more salt left, then from that water, you can go and become a scientist, which you already did because of you produced it. You have become a creator because you have created GANs, rather is CO2, CU, whatever GANs you want and desire to make. And then you go and explore that you can help somebody with severe burning wounds, cut wounds, all kinds of rheumatism, pain, all the problems which occur in the physicality because of stress, because of imbalance. Now, in the same process as I'm walking you through, I'm using the difficult words. You have become a scientist, number one. Secondly, you have become a creator. Thirdly, you have become a doctor. Now we go to the next level. You make a MAGRAPH because the blueprints are available. Now you have become an engineer and an electrician at the same time. Now you have become a harvester of energy. Now you have become a teacher because you're sharing your knowledge. And now we go to the next level. Now you're building a star formation, which becomes a feeding station. Now you have become a fully developed agriculture specialist. You have become knowledgeable in agriculture. You don't need even to cook your food to receive the energy from the food. Now you have become a supplier of food through energy, through what you have developed and you have created. In the last few days, we even have gone to the stage of how to create and see visually your energy, how to generate it the easier way. We have touched 3, 4 different layers. We have used the mirror reflection that you go and confirm I exist to create that beautiful smile on your face. We have used the hands with the steering to see the fields emerging on your hands, plants, trees, wherever you want to create them. We have gone even a step further to generate the energy fields sufficient enough that you can build your own spaceship. Now you have become an explorer of the universe. You have become an explorer of fields. You have become an explorer of humanity. You have become an explorer and understanding of your soul. And you're reaching so many other souls. And this is, in a very simple way, I'm trying to tell you, look in the mirror. If you are a knowledge seeker, you walk this path, what I just explained to you, you're even going to become an astronaut, which you already are, because you're traveling on a spaceship which is called Earth. You're traveling through the universe without a spacesuit. In full confidence, you are a space traveler, but on this planet. Now you've even been explained and taught, and will explore very soon, how you will be able to travel through the universes, galaxies, and even beyond, to see the magnificent creation where you are originating from. Now, I have compared what you have already achieved, and you're on your path of achieving, by using the dictionary words: doctor, scientist, space travel, astronaut, agriculture, doctor, physicist, whatever you want to name it, creator, soulmate. So if we stay just in doing it and giving, we share what we have learned in what a short time, 3, 4 years. Some are just here a few months, some are here a few years, some of us are here much longer. Even if you just go to the first concept of creating GANs and understanding what the GANs is, it usually takes a life of a professor or a scientist to be able to go through all these steps of understanding, getting taught, be able to have the maturity to go and work in the lab, to do the tests, to do the analyzing, then to do the experiments, then to wait for the results to come back. And you are all doing this within a matter of a few days. So the amount of time to reach at this level, and I only brought one topic, in the other side where it is very complicated and very difficult words to use, and you have to have PhDs and doctorates and exams and a lot of pressure and not such an easy way to reach that path. You achieve it within a few days, and you call yourself a scientist. And you don't need to go through the exams, and you don't need to go through any lab tests. You don't even need to touch any animals. You don't need to kill no animals. You don't need to prove to nobody, because you're a walking proof of your own creation. This is how simple the path of knowledge is. With this explanation, I'm trying to bring back to you, your creators. You have all the ability because you are already doing it. You're exploring in so many different platforms. Some of you are touching all the platforms and experiencing all the different levels. They go from the ganses, from nano coating, to magraphs, to star formations, to food, to agriculture, to whatever level you have touched because you got drawn to it to learn more. You could not, in this society today, learn this in one lifetime, one topic, to have DR in front of your name. Now, most of you are at home. You are already living your life. Some will have the titles, some of you will not have the titles, but you all know the path how to get these titles or how you achieve those titles. Now you have to reverse that the word difficulty, not understanding, not being able. You don't have the capacity. You don't have the money. You don't have the upbringing to achieve this level of all the titles I just named to you. You already achieved beyond all the titles because you have become a human with a soul in full acknowledgement about yourself, and able to express yourself and to become a giver as you have become givers, because you're sharing in a non-difficult way, in a very simplicity, and with joy and love and care, in a simple way, all the knowledge you have gathered within this small span of time in a very simple way. So why would we make the path of the soul to go and travel in the universe and reverse the way we are using our energy sources on this planet? Why would we make it so difficult to come to understand that we can even reverse that kind of process when you are already above a professor and a doctor, and I don't know any higher titles which I could plaster on it, which very difficult things to achieve in life. Actually, they even portray them that you might never even achieve it because you don't have the background, you don't have the family, you don't have the financial support. But in fact, you already reached above that level. But in the true sense of being an explorer, a scientist, a doctor, a humanitarian, a soul, because you're using the ethos in the right way. And you are moving the earth because you're paying it forward for all the children, for the new generations. That's how beautiful you knowledge seekers have become up till today. Be proud of yourself. You have achieved so much beyond any man's dream. If you step to your child and say, you can reach all these titles within a few weeks, and I will teach you, and you don't need to go to school, but you will be a complete human in the right sense of what a human is supposed to be. Would you not love to teach your children this path within a few weeks? That it becomes a bright, shining light, that it can shed its knowledge beyond a professor and a whatever you can call the name. And he might be only be 6, 7, 10 years old. And you will already have brought him above the level of one man's lifetime achieving a doctorate. Will you please now acknowledge how beautiful you are? Will you please now acknowledge you're capable of creating so much more? Will you please acknowledge in the mirror your existence as a creator? Will you please acknowledge your soul, that you love and care for it? Please. I think those statements, that you acknowledge what you are and how you are, should be written down in your soul and in your physicality. Because that's what I asked you to do in the mirror, to confirm who you are and how you exist and how you have developed above the level of whatever title you could never even get through the normal system. That's how fast Mehran Tafakuli Keshe, as a universal teacher, has brought to all of you. And in the freedom to share it with a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, take it by the hand. You created that soul. Take full responsibility of your creation and your path of in what and how you're going to exist. And express it into your future children. How beautiful life is on this earth and how beautiful your soul and his soul is. Thank you so much. Can somebody maybe add something to it, please?
I am a beautiful soul. I love myself, and through that I will learn and will love everyone and everything that I meet.
Thank you. Because now you have become. Hello, Paul? Do you have a stable connection?
Yes,
Paul?
Caroline. I think. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I have something to add and to share. And what I have to share is going in the direction of teaching from this last day. And the teaching of this morning and the past 3 days have touched my heart and my soul. And I was doing something with some women. If you remember last time, I was talking about our traditional education about the structure of the body of man. From there, we have learned how to disperse some energy we don't need and how to activate some energy we need. And I was educated some women. And the woman I was educated was especially for menstruation, where I show her how to transmute the menstruation to didn't get the menstruation every month, but get menstruation what she needs. And in this part of education, we get 2 points: how to generate the blood by mechanism of structure of body of man, and how to disperse. And when the process follow in the right way, you can generate ton and ton of blood every second, just by manipulation of your of structure of your body. It's just like how to play with the fingers to generate some energy. So I have now 20 women. I have shown the process, and they have stopped to get the menstruation every month. And with this process, she has transmuted their blood, and when they need to be pregnant or to give life, they stop the process. And in this way, even 80 years, 100 years, women can give life. I mean, there is no monopause for these women. But the process is very specific. If you turn it in the wrong way, you will get menstruation every day. It means that you have touched the button of generation of blood instead of dispersion. And from there, we see these women avoid a lot of things. Like the pills they was taking to don't get pregnant. And these pills was bringing to them a lot of illnesses. And from there, they are protected because she will not get children when they don't need. And in this process of transmutation of field of energy, she stopped, and she can't contract any illnesses in their life unless they want. And it is just the process, like Mr. Keshe have shown to us, how to feed your body by willing from your heart to your soul. The bad thing is our internet is not enough good, because I need to practice and show the woman how to transmit this energy. And then from there, she take their life in their hands. We need strong connection. We need strong video to show the woman how to transmit it. And she become what they like. And what they like will be that.
Paul, it's Caroline. I think you can set up a special Zoom meeting with the doctors to explain this and maybe share the videos in a different way, to discuss it with the doctors on the level of the doctors, and then they can bring it into public with all the explanations needed, so your information doesn't get lost. So you have
No
the contact
problem.
you have the contact of Dr. Klaus. Please get in touch with him or Dr.
Yes.
Rodrigo, and they can work out a time frame for you. Much easier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. Has somebody else something to come and to add?
Yes, I think back to when I was in junior high school and looked into the mirror trying to see what it was, trying to understand what it was. And I see now that when I looked in the mirror, I saw my beautiful self as part of the giant spiral that is all that is.
Thank you for sharing. Somebody else can step forward, because in fact, you all have become new parents in a new dimension. How do you feel about this? Especially mothers, if you start realizing the potential that you're more than graduated already a long time. Can you come and express how you can see how to pave your path for your children? Thank you.
Good morning, Caroline. This is John here. As from beginning of last year, when I joined the students, I realized if we ever went to space, we had to stop breathing. I have always practiced this when swimming, doing yoga, and I've always practiced slow breathing. And this week, I have managed to practically stop breathing at all completely. It's a fantastic experience. You find you only need to breathe just to speak, which I imagine tomorrow we learn how to use telepathy and forget about having to breathe to talk. So I think all these experiences we're all having, this what Paul has been telling us, can help so many women that have many problems with their menstruation and their conception, the way of concepting birth. I see no limits to what we are learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Has anybody any questions? Or come and share more on the level how you became and how you're realizing what a beautiful knowledge seeker you have become in your own path, how you have touched souls, changed their lives, changed their path, changed your own life.
Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning.
Hi, it's Jalal here. Good day, everyone. I have a question to the Arabic community who is listening and who is sharing with us the knowledge. If anyone from them is there, and even if he cannot speak or he cannot, it's not available to him to speak, just write that I am present. We need to know how many of the Arabic community is there. Even if he cannot speak Arabic, if his origins from Arabic land, just please write I am present, that we know how many and where we are touching in the Arabic community. Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome. It would be nice if we could have in the chat rooms confirming from which language or which culture or which nation or which native language you are, and just post it in the chat and say, I am present with your name and your nationality and your language, please. It will show to all of you, because you can see and read the chats in the meantime as we are talking, from all the corners of the planet, how beautiful this picture is start forming, that there are people here online which we have no idea from which corner of this planet they are coming in from. It would be nice to have an idea. It would be nice to come to understand who you are and not stay in the background, but join us openly. I've noticed that still a lot of people don't put their image on their pictures when they come into the Zoom or the presentations. Please do so. We don't hide our faces. We are proud to be a knowledge seeker, if it doesn't put you in any danger, of course. But if you're proud to be a knowledge seeker, let us to know your face. Let us to see your beauty. Let us to embrace you with who you are. Anybody wants to come and share something maybe from Facebook or from the other streams which are running, which Vince and Rick are keeping an eye on the background? Are there any questions or sharing?
I can report on the live stream. Fried says, I am present. Swiss, German, and Holland. Guiador says, I am present. Lyra from Pallades. Stella says here. And then in the Zoom chat, there's quite a few. There's Pia from Denmark, Raphael from Switzerland, Peggy from the USA, Mark from the US, Soraya has Syrian roots, Boris from Switzerland, Giovanni from Italy, Eva from Denmark and Norway, Bert from Flemish and Dutch sector, Katja from Switzerland, Dietmar from, I think, from Germany, Pim from Belgium, Ruthie from China, Marie from Norway, Adam from UK, Martin from Switzerland, Bernard from South Australia, Gunther from Austria, Thomas from Switzerland, Zena from Iran, Iranian roots, Frank from Frankfurt, Germany, and Tony from Austria, Paul from Togo, Ted from US, Jigbani from Togo, Alex from Canada, Zane from USA, Theodore from Romania, Zibi from Poland, Sue from Austria, Virgil from Romania, Azar from USA, and Klaus says he is present. And Peter from USA. I think they're teasing me now, Caroline. They're every time I say one, a new one pops up. Rodrigo from USA, Christian from Germany.
It is nice because we have sometimes so much silence, yeah, but there's so many people present. So I want them to show I am present, because this is a confirmation we are more than just a few teams on the team. I want you to interact with us, please, to bring your experiences. Don't be shy. You're all beautiful. You have all gone through the same process as so many others. And we love to learn from you, because you're always bringing something else which ignites somebody else and open the door to something more, or something they didn't understand. Now they come to understand. So please step forward and share the conversation with us, because it gets boring when I'm only the one talking. I love the interaction, because you always push buttons which then open to a new platform, as we experienced a few days ago, didn't we, Rick? Suddenly people start bringing things forward, and we went from one topic to a different topic to another topic, because this is the flow. This is the synchronizing of the information. I receive a gift from you, you receive a gift from me, and that's how we are going up, 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 up. If you understand, not to be shy, not to stay and just be a listener, but to become a participant with your knowledge, you will see these teachings just go up through the roof of knowledge, because you're all igniting from your own position something new. If you can understand this pattern, it's like you're getting ignited to share, to elevate somebody else. So don't be shy, because you have the capability of doing so. It doesn't matter how it comes out, or maybe you think you can't, but you do. You don't have to have no fear, because your question or your input or your sharing brings us to a higher level. This is how it works, because you come to give something. That's what you have to realize. You come to give, and then that giving creates another path of giving. And this is what we are creating, and that's what we noticed in the last few teachings. And I think Rick will confirm, and so many other knowledge seekers which have seen this pattern, it works. We suddenly cover so many different topics, and it's beautiful. So come forward, please.
Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning, that's Azar.
Yes, how are you? Okay,
Good
so
morning.
I just have to tell everyone that I send out eight letters to all the officials. Since we were four countries. I mean, four people working in my office that are from different countries. One from Bulgaria, one from India. My assistant is from Bulgaria. I have an assistant from Russia. I have a hygienist from India, and I have another assistant from Uruguay. So we send 8 letters to all these countries, and we send it twice actually, because I send once and the regular mail. So we went in and we tried to send it registered mail, so they have to sign for it, but they wouldn't accept registered mail. So we send the second time regular mail as well. So let's see what happens.
Thank you for sharing, Azar.
Okay, Zena had a microphone open there. Zena, do you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Mernas, but I have another name, which is Zina, but it's me, and I'm Persian and proud of. I think like anybody who is somehow proud of his, what his ancestors are. And this morning, I was thinking, I'm not maybe good enough, because sometimes I lack the technical know-how with with computer stuff, and 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 then I thought all these things are making me to be faster, to take out all the things I knew before, like the things I knew when I had when I was not installed in the life. Like we don't have too many challenges sometimes, and all that is making me to get it out and to become a more active cause person in my life, to cause things, to give us the new goal, to move faster, to exercise our mind, and all these things about looking at ourselves. I have no problem with finding me beautiful. And because sometimes the surroundings, like I have a mother, nothing is good enough. Like very appearance cult, and I was not okay with that. But now I don't have problem to accept I'm beautiful. I found I don't find really faults. There are a lot, but I don't. But I thank you for because I personally could do more, and I didn't have challenge. So all these things are moving me to have more, to show more my capabilities, to make a goal, how to achieve it faster, and I'm progressing anyway, and I am much more certain that we make it one way or another. I'm already almost, yeah, I don't dare to say 100%, but something like that, that we can make a beautiful world and more than that. So I thank you. You have a nice way of talking and all that, which is really a pleasure to be taught by you. And
Zina,
sometimes I have problem with computer in working with computer, like to, yes,
Zina,
yes, Jalal.
when I hear you, it make me joyful. So from your voice, it's bring happiness to me. Thank you.
Thank you. uh, I think we are special. We are special to be here.
Zina,
Yes, my real name is Merknaz, but people call me Zina.
Magnus. Yes, I know Magnus. I know the Iranian names.
Mehrnaz.
Mehnas.
Yeah, like Mehran.
Ah, Merknas.
Mehnad. Because I have a brother who is Mehran also. So I'm
Ah,
yes.
okay. May I ask you, since you are changing, how do people give you an feedback in how do you change? Confirm to you your something is different with you?
Maybe
Have
it's
they
yes. Maybe
have they no-
yes. Please.
did you hear me?
Uh,
Have they noticed that you changed?
Having outside the home, yes. I think it's a matter of a little. I don't know. It's a people think I put a lot of time at home. I mean, paper like my that I put time instead of this or that, and now I have to just be more efficient. That's all. It's kind of yeah. Um, but I have but around me, friends or others, which I have given the patch or things for flowers. One day I said I'm not very useful. She said, "Don't say that with all the things you say." My friend who is a doctor, she's a very in service of all people, even though she's 72 years old. She's a good Iranian person. And she said, "Don't say that with all things you do. You can never say that." So people think I'm useful, maybe. I'm more tolerant of trying to make peace between people. That's I have noticed in me.
I
So,
declare that you are 100%.
pardon? I didn't understand that.
I declare that you are 100%.
100% what?
Beautiful. You are 100% beautiful and there.
No. Well, I think I have a lot of work on me because, as said Madame Caroline, I'm angry. You remember?
I empower you to be happy now for all time.
I think I'm angry, as said Caroline in one teaching when I just started private teaching. And she said somebody was sick. And I say, may I help you? She said, yes. She said to that person, you are angry, with her accent, English accent. She said, you are angry. And I think I am angry somewhere, which physically bothers me, but it's way behind, maybe. So I thank God anyway, because I think it's a historical moment, and I appreciate every minute of it, and I wish all people peace.
And happiness is a choice.
And
I choose to be happy.
yes, me too. I let myself to be happy and not worry about things around which I'm not okay with. Um, because if she says I can be happy, I can let myself be happy, means that she knows something. So I trust that I can be happy without
Claro.
consideration. I feel younger. I feel like when I was very young, life was to be discovered, and yeah, maybe because when we think we are beautiful, we get younger. I don't know.
Wow, that is a statement today. That is a real beautiful statement, darling.
Because I really feel like when I was, life was, I didn't know what's waiting for me. I knew I want to be what, I mean, life was full around us. And I feel like that because we think we are good we are beautiful, so we can go and continue adventure and not be stopped because of I mean, like, if you think we are beautiful, so we are agreeable for everybody for doing anything, so we can go on. Nothing stops us. Nobody can say, I don't like this person because I'm beautiful. Something like when I go out, I know I do something nice for people, or smiling. So it's a pleasure to go out. It's a pleasure because I know at least I smile. Sometimes I choose. Sometimes people don't look at me to see my smile, but people are thirsty for nice things. Really, they're tired. They're tired when they see some attention. Sometimes when they're very old or tired of fighting, they can't realize it. For a few minutes, they can understand I'm smiling at them. But normally, people are so happy when the reaction is so, I know I'm doing something good for them. So thank you very much, because when we are in another environment, we become like environment. Now we are becoming different from environment, but with another knowledge, with another certitude. I think. I mean, it's my opinion. I may be wrong.
You make the change. By your position, you are already creating the change. You have repositioned yourself in the society, and you are aware of your point where you made the change. That's why I was asking you, the people nearby you, how are they responding to your change? If they have noticed it.
Oh, yes. I mean, people are very agreeable with me, and I can absolutely talk to anybody on any subject. Nobody says anything like they trust me to talk. But like I like at home, maybe I put time on the videos. So maybe I have to manage, do something at the moment which I watch the videos, because I have a lot of things that I have to watch also, other than about different subjects on health, on fruit GANs, things like that, take notes. Maybe at the moment, I can't organize my time, but I know how to do it. If I have it, I have the recipes of that. When I was younger, I was doing these things, how to achieve my goal, how to manage my time. So that's one of the things I think I have to go back and clean the dust, manage more to do things fast.
Carolina,
Thank you so much.
You're
Yes.
I have a question for you. If you remember, I was listening to Mr. Keshe's. I was listening to some of the taping because I wasn't present. And Mr. Kesh talked about we talk about the rays. The the rays coming from they coming from someplace. They come from the creator. So, and then he says something. They created the origin, and then some of the rays are from the origin, from the creator, but not all of it. My question is, so not all of us are coming from the origin then. So where are we coming from? So it could be some crappy rays out there too. So some of the soul are crappy, some
No,
of the so
no.
No, Azar. There is no
No.
such a thing exists in the world, in the universe. If you go back, sorry, I've got a few minutes. I was listening. I'll come in. It seems I knew Azar is coming in, so I had to come in and to answer the question. If you look at the picture in book number 3, where the plasma comes and we see the spin-offs, the little plasmas which come off it of the different strength, all do not come from the main, they come from the spin-off. They still carry the essence of the creation. If anybody has the picture of the book, we can put on with a big unicos, with the universe, with the plasma, you will see that out of the reduction, they create the spin-off, but they still carry origin of the essence of the creation, the main plasma. So not everything comes from the main. Those are some that, because as they interact, the division creates a friction, and then that friction creates division of it, but they still come from the essence of the origin, because that's where they came from. And so all of us carry within us. Those who come direct from the line of the origin are totally different.
so is
They
Jesus,
carry the full knowledge.
so is Jesus from the main?
You see, if you read one of my papers, I've written a paper, the state of the scientist as a prophet of present, which means that now the scientist we call prophets, but none of the prophets, if you look, has teach mathematics, astronomy, biology, physics, or anything. They came to enlighten the conduct of the man. We have the same messengers of science, which they come to enlighten the knowledge of the man in respect to his environment. One tries to bring the knowledge in respect to the soul of the man and his physicality, and one brings the environment and the physicality. One we call the physics and one we call the profit of the soul. So from now on, the ones who come up from the main line, which they carry both, they understand the operation of the soul and the science. This is what I've written in the paper, and it's in the archives, it can be found. That from now on, the messengers will carry the knowledge of both, because they have to link it. They have to be able to explain what physicality leads to essence of the creation of the soul and the control of the soul in respect to physicality. So you have to have a full spectrum. We come from the origin. We are the origin. And this is how it's carried. As you divide and more you divide, you still carry the essence of the origin, because you came from it. There is no, what do you call it, as you use crappy ones. We are all perfect. It's how we allow the perfection to manifest its beauty. To us, somebody who's handicapped or has got one eye or has got a crooked nose, is something wrong with it? No, because the physicality has decided for that, that there needs attention of mercy or attention of joy or whatever in that point, in that dimension. So none of us is, we are a spin-offs, and those who come from the main are it's the direct line of the creator. So this is how, what they carry the full totality. Each one of us, as we spin off, we become more specialized, put it that way. We become a doctor, and then become a heart surgeon, and become a heart valve surgeon, and then become the heart valve opening degrees, and then it carries on. So each one has its own beauty. Without that
Mr. Kesh, I am the beginning and I am the end. Why my end and my beginning so opposite?
valve, the heart can't work. Without the heart, the body cannot work. Without the body, Jesus.
Hello, Mr. Kesh, what happened to you?
He was in the middle of talking when you interrupted, Ezra. Yes, hello, Mr. Keshe. Back again.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. Anybody there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me, Mr. Keshe? Hello? Hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Apparently not.
I got
Hello?
lost in the universe.
We have to let him know that he's not being...
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Can we need to just make a note here for him.
I got lost in the universe, Pagopan.
Hello, can you hear me? Whoa. Hello. Hello, Mr. Keshe, can you hear me? We'll just keep trying here. I think he might have had to restart or something there. Hello, Mr. Keshe? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Back. I can hear you, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you before, but you couldn't hear us.
Okay. I went to the planet Zeus and back. There was something important to do.
In so many ways, this, yes.
Mr. Kesh, I am the beginning and I'm the end. So the end of beginning, I understand that why mine is so opposite, 100% facing each other.
Why do you think you're so special?
No, I'm not special.
You're one of us. Yeah. So when you're back to front, you must be special, huh?
What happened?
We're all special. Why
No,
do you think something wrong? You're back to front. Maybe you're upside down. You never know.
No,
But you're still.
no, I am the beginning. I am the beginning and I am the end, because that's the good. Because the end and beginning is different. But then when it becomes too opposite, it's just like I don't know how to
You
explain.
cannot become the end to the beginning, huh? So you must be beginning again to become an end. You see, the whole structure of the operation of the universe is extremely simple. And that is, we are part of a totality. And without one, the other parts cannot exist, cannot operate. Otherwise, it has to find a new position, new manifestation, new way of showing itself. And this is the difference. Having one trust in its own existence is the key to the operation of the universe. When we trust in what we do is right, when we trust in what we say is right, when we trust in what we act is right, we are right. We exist. We don't need to confirm we are better, we are the beginning or the end. It's a process which never finishes. You are the beginning of something, but you become an end of something to become beginning of something else. Physicality of life finishes, but now becomes the freedom of the soul to start a new cycle. So there is no end. It's the container which changes. When the man realizes this, he'll progress very rapidly. It's just the same in different dimensions and containers and presentation. If I put you as a water in a pink jug or a white jug or a gray jug or in a green glass or a pink glass, it doesn't change the essence of the water inside it. Our existence is like a cup of different colors in different dimensions and different sizes. It's us who have to understand this. Otherwise, in essence, we're all the same. You put the cup in the fridge or you keep it on the boiling water. It's all the same, it's still water. It's the environment which changes, it shows itself as ice or it shows itself as a steam or a boiling water. The sooner the man understands this, the less problem man will have in progressing to the next level. Azar, you are very special.
Thank you,
But
Mr. Hughes. No, I'm not special.
yeah,
No,
because you're so special, you find yourself a very special husband.
Mr.
So,
Keshe, do you know my soul talks to me, and I got the testimonial that my soul talks to me, and I'm so happy for it because you know it's so amazing. I'm supposed to
you
be.
found your soul in you.
What happened? Hello.
If it talks to you, means you have found it.
No, no. You know what happened, Mr. Keshe? I'm supposed to be on my way.
If you have,
I'm supposed to be on my way to Brazil, and I went 2:30 in the morning to the airport, and then they told me I need visa for Brazil. So I came back home, and but believe it or not, for the past 2 nights, I wake up in the middle of night a couple of times, and I just my soul constantly wake me up, and I didn't know what was going on. And this is not the first time it's happening, but I got the confirmation that's why it's happening. And then when I went to the airport, this happened. Then I understood. It wakes me up and tells me something going on. I have to take an action, and I wasn't taking any action until I got to the airport.
this happens a lot of time. The thing is, the more we become aware of our existence, the more we become aware of non-dimensionality of it, which means it has no dimension. You don't need to get to the airport to understand there is a problem. The soul already arrived. He knows. This is the beauty of it. The more we become aware of it, the existence of it, we expand. It doesn't need to be a field that you can see it and it shines. That's my atmosphere. It means the more you become purer, the more you feel the distance. You understand it before it happens. I have created a lot of problem for a lot of people this way, but they don't understand that the presence of the soul reaches the physicality long before the physicality arrives. I use a special terminology. Some people are close to me, they know what I mean. That has driven a lot of people crazy because I do not need to be at the point. My soul has expanded, that is at the point. I don't hear with the ear, but I hear through the ears of the soul, the understanding impression of the soul. And the sooner we understand this, the much easier it becomes. At the moment that we reach to that point, it becomes the point that the physicality does not need to be there because you can expand it the way you want it. I have to apologize. I have to go off again. We're trying to do these things with this press conference today. I'll come back to you when I get a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Saved on a nick of time, as we say.
Thank you, Carolina.
You're welcome. You got saved, darling.
Carolina, can I say something?
Of course you can.
Okay, so I have you see, there's something that I always had problem with, not problem. I didn't understand why people are the way they are, and this is I still trying to find out. People should question everything, because when I was 21 years old, and for the first time I was traveling from Istanbul to New York because I got my political asylum from here. You see, I left Tehran, Iran, at that time when my daughter was 7 months old. I walked from border of Turkey to from border of Iran to Turkey 5 days with my daughter until I got to Istanbul, and that was a journey by itself. But then again, when I traveled, I stayed there 6 months. When I got here, political asylum, I got here. I flew with the plane. On the plane from Turkey to here is overnight, and you have to sleep in the seat on the plane. On that time, I didn't know the plane was my first time flying with the plane. I didn't know the plane has economy and first class. But my question was, why the planes are so uncomfortable? You cannot sleep. I didn't know they have first class and they have all different classes. Some of them they have beds. Later on, when I found out that planes have like a first class, business class, I couldn't understand why not everybody can sleep on the plane. Why somebody has to pay more for the seat of a bed and somebody else has to sit? And then when I look at people, when I found out, when I look at people, people think it's normal. Somebody has a bed at night and somebody sit and sleep at night. And I didn't know why nobody questioned this thing. Why somebody, why it makes somebody entitled to have that and they don't see themselves not to have it? Because anything human creates belongs to everybody. All the good thing we create belongs to everybody. We have to question it. We can't just say, oh, this is a business class. People who have more money, they can have it. It's absolutely wrong. We have to question everything exists. If there is anything we create as human, we have to make it for every single person in this planet. And I think people should start asking any question. Don't think about, okay, because I don't have the money, I shouldn't be having it. You should have it because we made it.
Right. Anybody who wants an unfair advantage over somebody will have somebody having an unfair advantage over them.
Because we got trained not to question. So if there is any flight going on anywhere overnight for 7 hours, you should have a bed on a plane. That's it is a human right. We are human. You have to be comfortable.
The dense physical reality is what traps us in these shells. It's very slow in the physical reality that we're in.
Hello? Hello? Can I? First of all, plane are pollution. I'm very in ecological matters, and the only thing I do which is not ecological is that I take planes. But I'm sorry, but first of all, second, the airplane are very limited in space, so not anybody can have a bed in it unless they have their own private jet. Secondly, as somebody who lives in ecologic way, I'm completely against this culture of everybody has to have money to have a bed in airplane. Well, I see rather like my brother takes first class because he's very much away. But I prefer to give my money to an orphanage in Iran rather than paying a first class ticket to sleep in my plane. I think this kind of luxuries, even it's free, I've never accepted it because I feel bad in my conscience. Who am I to have a bed in my trip? And people don't have beds, don't have food. They are they have problem of health. They don't have medical things. They don't have anything to eat. And then I never accept the first class because my conscience has pain. I feel pain. Even when I go to places that people are have no employment and things like that, I don't wear any bags, any rings, or any fancy clothes. I feel really bad to do it when I see they don't have it. So what? They look at my ring and my earring and they feel worse because they can't offer themselves. I think TV is doing a good job to tell anybody just get money and spend for the commerce. I don't want to do that. I don't have a TV even in myself because money is not happiness. And what if people can't get a job? They have to steal to get money. They have to do prostitution to get money. Why money is so important? As long as somebody has honestly what he has to have. So what about those who don't have a job? What do they do? What should they do to have a bed in airplane? I think we live in a world which is so much, which there is so much unjust treatment to human, to women, to children. Even in US, 80% of people are poor. They just have a ration they have the ticket to eat. And nobody says about these poor people or people in wars.
May I come forward, please? Is Caroline?
Yes.
You know, we all know this platform. We know all the levels of suffering. We know and we feel it in our bones, feel it in our physicality. We are here in the Blueprint Teaching Week to create the path of change. So I prefer you to come and bring what you're going to create as a new path than actually lingering on what is not right. Because talking from what the situation is today, we will not move an inch. What I've been trying to bring, Mr. Keshe, is you need to create the change from within you now, not tomorrow, not in a week time, but now. Realizing what will I bring that I will change and I will do to open the door for it to be able to change. Because if you have an idea how you will change and how you can bring the change, if you just think about it and talk about it, we will not change nothing. So I prefer you to bring and say, listen, I have done this, I had this idea, and I am doing this. Because that is the confirmation of your existence in you recreating the path. Because when you start with yourself, then you will affect so many others. This was why I brought this topic up. You pay it forward for yourself, not only, but for all the others around you. But you have to move. You have to get out of your house. You have to talk to people. You have to do it. You have to become a doer. not a talker, not a philosopher. You have to literally move your physicality and reach your hand out, put your hand out, and start creating in the matter through your first thinking of creating the idea, and then walk the path. I think all will feel much better than going where it is bad, because I think that's the task of the politicians, that's the task of the newspapers, that's the task of the broadcasting system. You, as a human, what is your decision? How are you going to step out of this box? I am stepping out of it every day, making sure that it changes. And so many others are walking out of this box. So we know where the problems are. I don't want to hear about those problems. I want the people, that's why I even created these chat rooms, the Universal Council chat rooms groups in Facebook. My title always started, I am creating this in the light. You bring solutions. You create solutions. You bring positive.
Yes.
Because if you don't change the energy of your fields of what you want, what you really want, then you will stay in the black box. And you'll never walk out of it. But I'm walking out of it. So don't talk. As Magnus just said, I walk outside, I make sure that smile ends up with somebody, because I change these fields, because first they try not to look, but then they're happy that they can give me the smile back. I told you the same thing when you go to the cashiers in the warehouses. There are 30, 40 cashiers sitting all in a row, all doing tick, tack, tack, ching, chong, tick, 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 ching, chong, the whole day. You do a shift of 8 hours just going this ting tong through your head, and I'm just taking about those people. I don't even go into the other sections. And you just come at your line point of paying. Do you pay attention to the cashier and say, how are you? Or make her to feel good, to change her point of energy, that she at least can survive the next 100 customers which will follow behind you? Because she's flat battery. Will you help a child to be quiet in a warehouse, not to bother the mama? Will you reach out if somebody drops something on the floor to pick it up for them? Will you help them carry their grocery to the car? Or is the distrust have become so bad that you don't even dare to reach your hand out to help somebody? These are all the little things that you pave the path of the change. I am the example of the change, but I'm doing it and I'm bringing it. Because sitting and talking and lingering about whatever has been or is will not change. I just given you the most beautiful gift this morning to realize you are the change. Don't make it so complicated. Because your light you shed on any single thing, you change their energy field. You change their light to shine more. That's your gift. So the more you become helpful, the more you reach out your hand, the more you feed a hungry person, giving a shelter, clothing, shoes, wherever they need it. That's your positive point of change. Not talking about it, not fantasizing. I have to think about to change. No, you have to be the change. Then it is the change. So if you take responsibility of you are the change, then you walk like a proud human being. Become first a human to talk about humanity. And this is exactly when we ask you to look in the mirror. Create your full cup of love and care. You care so much about yourself that you can start sharing it to every single soul around you, to uplift their souls. That's the change. Don't bother about the politicians. Don't bother about the structure. I've just given you the gift that at home you can make from your children PhDs in any level or any platform you can imagine. They cannot even achieve it in the university. Within a few weeks, you have an agriculture specialist, you have a food specialist, You have a GAN specialist, you have a nano coating specialist, you have a star formation specialist, you have a maggraph specialist, you have an energy specialist, you have a space specialist. I can just go on. And in the first place of all, you have created a new human being, a beautiful soul, which will shine with what he has received as a gift from you. He will pass it on so fast. Do you know what children like to be confirmed that they exist? That they carry something which is more beautiful than another child. So they will infect them with their knowledge. And it's so enticing to learn from somebody something you can do yourself and then go home, maybe hidden, but then start doing it yourself and then become a beautiful scientist yourself. This is the gift what you're passing on. So how can you stop the snowball effect of creating for your children because you stood still today and you analyze this has to change? So people, move the bodies, but move the bodies with pleasure and beauty. And with the song, some people say, go and look in the mirror, and as Dr. Guata explained, he said, I just bursted out in laughing, my ribs were hurting. Sure, because for the first time you even allow yourself to exist. So don't think about others, why and how. I stopped that long time ago. Sometimes it still bothers me, but you know something, if I don't make the change, however it's going to change, it won't move because you don't bring the energy, because the world you're in is your creation. You have created the people which are interacting with you. You have manifested them for them to confirm you exist. They have created you for them to realize that by your feedback, they exist. This is the play what I just explained to you with the children. They are so eager to be confirmed they exist. You give them the tools of existence and be creators, then they become real humanity. You the same. So take responsibility of your own existence first, and then go and share it with so many people that they realize they are existing and that you confirm they exist because you make them to realize they exist. And then they can shine, and then they can start activating, igniting, resetting so many other souls. Thank you.
I would like to add, we all have to change. This is for Azar, who said we have to have a bed to sleep in. If you walked from Istanbul from Tehran to Istanbul, you might have slept while walking. Many people have slept during a walk, especially during the wars. Who said you have to have a bed to sleep in? Kids, babies, sleep in any position, anywhere. We have just become comfortable and have to sleep on a bed. I personally can't sleep on a bed. I sleep on an easy chair, or I sleep sitting at the table. I have no problem sleeping anywhere. We have to learn how to stop eating, stop breathing, and if we have to sleep, we can learn how to sleep anywhere in any position. Uh, this is. Have you got this clear, Azar?
Hello, hello, Mr. Rick. Hello, everybody. Yes, everybody. Jibani from Togo. I want to share something about how to feel of the nature. Sometimes, if somebody feel in this situation is not good for him, I suggest, it's my experience, to concentrate yourself and take the energy from the universe and say that this situation that I'm feeling, I exchange it for good health, for good way, and have confirmation that this will be done now. Small time after, you cannot, your situation change. If you feel pain, it means that you are like Mr. Case say, you are the reactor yourself. You feel this situation, you have to take the energy from the universe and the situation change. Another experience that I have for having a feeling the situation of the nature, last year, 25 July, I go north of Togo, Dakar, and then after few minutes, I received message by the nature saying me that see what happened in the sky. And I see and I begin receive the manifestation of the light. I have big light who is coming, and I take the pictures and I send it to our team, Paul, and he give all, I don't know if this webmaster, he told me you have this image. Last time in Lome, 14 July again, I still have this manifestation of the light. So I go and it's begin and light coming, and I take pictures again. You see small sun, like spaceship is coming. I have all these pictures. I want to tell everybody that the light manifestation exists. Me, I am the example. I have the all image that I'm talking here now. But I will ask Rick and Mr. Keshe or Miss Caroline. After I will join Paul to send webmaster, and we will analyze in back office what I'm talking. If it is really a good idea to show the public, you can publish them how a person see the manifestation of the light, really, how light is coming. I have all pictures. So I want to tell everybody that this technology or this way to feel the field of nature, you have to concentrate to manifest him, and the situation only send intention. I am sick, I feel bad, I'm not feel well. I just exchange this situation by giving love, because all is love, giving peace, and asking the compensation of this situation. If I feel bad, I say, okay, I take good way from the universe, all intention sending, and feel it. Small time, this bad situation go, and I begin feel well, and the life is gone. So that is the experience that I want to share. If everybody allow, I will send after to Rick, or I don't know, by the way, to show what I'm seeing, the manifestation of the nature, the manifestation of the light. You will see everything. Sun, how sun is shining. You will see small manifestation sun on the earth. I have all images. That's why I want to share to everybody. I finished. Thank you, everybody. That's what I want to add for sharing to all everybody of Keshe Foundation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have a look at that in the background, I guess. Present it. We've got Eric had his hand up and wanted to say something. You want to go ahead there, Eric?
Yes, I would like to support what Caroline just said.
we can observe a lot of unjust things in society. And we have to understand that all these things we see that are unjust are a part of the society engineering done by a small group. And what they want is to make limitations on resources, because that is a part of the control scheme. That's why you see first and second class in planes and trains and everything, because you have to accept the principle of non-equality in order to make this society work as it does today. And if you haven't studied a lot of time to find out how society is, and you don't have time for that, my advice is to look at the teachings of Mr. Keshe, because when I see what Mr. Keshe do, I understand that he has analyzed this very carefully. And all the teachings Mr. Keshe has given contains elements that is part of breaking down this system. So without having any deeper understanding of the society, you can just pick some of the teachings from Mr. Keshe and say, this is what I can do, and then do it. That's the important part, because as long as you just talk, nothing is changed. You have to be a doer. You have to select something that you can do with your skills and abilities and economy, whatever. Because when everyone in this world do what they can from Mr. Keshe's teachings, the world will change. That's for sure. And you know, the governments and all those in control, they have their very lucrative system, and they are not going to stop it. We have to change from below upwards. I know Mr. Keshe says that you have to go to the general to make changes, but if the general doesn't want to make change, then you have to come from below. And I see no problem in doing both things. The more we do, the more sure and the faster we get what we want. That is just what I will say. And I say thank you, Caroline, because this is very important for people to understand that this is not just another TV show. It is something that you have to take to yourself, the parts you can manage to do, and do it. That's the very important part of it. Thank you.
You are more than welcome, sir, because I have tried to, maybe you can explain it in a different way. I have tried to open a door of people realizing that even they are standing on their own, and even they feel they are abandoned, and even they are feeling that nobody is listening or nothing is changing. But what I have tried to bring into even my private teachings in the background is when we all confirm, as we have done in the last few days, I am present, you don't understand what the power carries, I am present. Because that means that you unite in the field of recreating or changing a path of a certain direction. With the three soul, the three wishes for the children to bring them under our protection, we have created that plasma field, and it is already finding its way. It is already penetrating, because the desire to change this horrible point, which is nothing compared to anything else, has started working, because an enormous amount of people have stood up and said, I am present. I am trying to explain, to express we are already a majority, and you cannot stop a majority. And this is what the Keshe Foundation as a family is, a majority. How many world leaders do we have? Let's say, which really dominate and which really try to dictate. How many do we have in reality that we can acknowledge they have a finger in what we say the soup? Does anybody have a figure in the head?
According to the information I have, it's not the leaders that is the problem. That is the group behind that pulls the strings, and it's about 8,500 people. And you can compare.
8,500 people. Okay, let's make it 10,000. We're going to be very generous. We're going to be extremely generous. We're going to give them 10,000. Now you calculate, and since the blueprint started, how many times, how many souls have stood up and said, I am present? How many people have written it in the chat rooms because they couldn't come forward with their voice? How many people have been posting in Facebook, I am present, without even being present in the teaching, but they listened afterwards and they come back and they post and they confirm to me, I am present, Caroline. We have the Universal Council members. Now, if Rick or Vince can give a rough idea, how many people do we reach through these teachings? In general.
According to the security services which monitor our program, our outreach, because they assess if we are a risk to a government or not. We reach on average, anybody clicks on Keshe Foundation,
Hello.
regular, continuous, annual people who in different countries, different ways, read at least one page or a paragraph on the Keshe Foundation. Last year in 2016 passed 150 million. We reach a lot. We reach amazingly a lot. This is why governments consider and sit around us. We are considered as one of the most influential scientific organizations at the present time. This is what I get. I continuously ask, even from our webmasters, what hits we have on one. You have to consider that's all the Keshe Foundations, all the Keshe Foundation organizations, people who sell products of Keshe Foundation, use our name, refer to us, and everything else. The security structure of number of governments consider us as influential, but not in public domain. The problem with the Keshe Foundation is that we are spread very, very, what I call, across the universal directions of the humanity. The 150 million is the minimum which was reached, and we are growing. So this year we estimate about 180 million people who read at least one page or a paragraph. The statistic covers Chinese network too.
Now,
so we reach a lot.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to bring forward that I have a Keshe Foundation Facebook page. Yeah, just where everything about the Keshe Foundation teachings and information passes. I have reached 60,000 likes. That means people have seen, read, or confirmed that they have read the page. Otherwise, you don't like something if you have nothing to do with it, if you haven't opened it. You just talked about 8,000. So by just one sector, one topic, one level, we already have gone in the majority. By my calculations, always majority win. They always have a stronger vote. They have a stronger expression. It's just to direct the intent And I think the knowledge is a correct intent. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I fully agree that there has been studies that has shown that when about 11% of a population agrees on some agenda, then you cannot stop it. That's the tilting point of a society. And I think we are going close to that. And what we do now is not just a matter of opinion and in the ordinary sense of changing society via press and organizations and interest groups, because what Mr. Keshe so skillfully has done is to give us the technology, and the technology will speak for itself as it progresses. I must say I'm very, very thankful for what has been given. I can say that I started to follow these teachings New Year. And unfortunately, I didn't start 2012 because I was occupied in other projects. But it has been a tough learning curve, and I still have very much to learn. But now, 2 days ago, I succeeded getting heat in my house. My furnace was not so good 3 months ago, and now it's summer, so it's acceptable. Even in Denmark, we have green winter at the moment, so it's not very hot, and you usually has to put some fire on the furnace for having a nice cozy environment. But now, after I got a Magrav started, it's not working right yet because you cannot assemble a Magrav without hurting the nano coating, so it has to sit there and repair itself quiet but the field is sufficient together with the GaN specs in the rooms to create heat. I'm an engineer. I have learned to calculate insulation losses in a house and a lot of other stuff. And it's not normal to have a non-traditionally heated house with a cellar floor temperature of 22 degrees. I have never seen that before. And it comes almost instantly when you start it. It's amazing, and I will express my very big thanks for this. And what I save here, I will spend to use and help others. And there's a lot of people in need. And I can only say to a lot of other people, you have to be doers. You have to take the technology, learn it, maybe not understand it deeply, but at least go so far that you can build and you can get it to work. Because when you reach that point, you remove one of the control pillars on you. You get independence. And that is what we all need. Because when we are independent, then we are in a totally different position. Today's society is controlled by turning off electricity, turning off the oil. If that is done, the society has hunger in less than 14 days, and a lot of people will die. That is a control mechanism so terrible. And I don't think a lot of people are aware how vulnerable they are in this society. If they don't do what they are told to do, and the controllers decide to stop it, they have all the means to do it. That is why it's so important to be a doer, because when you get yourself independent from the control structure, being able to heat your house, being able to get your own energy for light, and maybe even raise your soul to a level so you don't need any of it. That is what we have to learn. And the sooner we do this, the sooner we get the world that we want. Because these 10,000 people, what can they do about it when we come to that point and when we raise the soul of most of the society? They can do nothing. And that's, I think I understand fully what the purpose of Mr. Keshe's teachings is, because he has put in so many elements of removing the control pillars of the existing society. And I'm very thankful for having these advices. I know it's a bit hard to get to the very deep points of all the knowledge, because Mr. Keshe teaches the way he does. But I think it's the only way to do it if you really want people to understand. It limits the amount of people that will get the knowledge, but those who work hard enough, they will get some insights that makes them free. And I'm very thankful for that. You must know that, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
But I think that's everybody's job in these teachings, is to enlighten somebody along the way.
Yes, I agree. And there are so many roles in doing this in practice. It all depends on your situation and what you have learned in your previous life. I know that there is a road. I'm aware there is a road where you don't need any physicality to get there. You just need your brains and your emotion and practice that. But for most people, that is a utopia right now, as it is. But as previously told, everyone can learn to make a GANs. And when we see in the health section what GANSes can do to health, it's marvelous. Here in Copenhagen, we are starting to use these materials to help people, and it works, and it's fantastic. But it takes time to release the full potential of this knowledge, because there's so many applications, there's so many corners of the technology that you have to know to use it very good. But even simple measures, just simple pads, what they can do. I can just mention that my friend Christian, he had an illness when he was young, and it has two options when you get this illness. Either you die of cancer or your skeleton gets locked up. All the bones grow together to one solid thing. And he employs health pins and ganses and pads, and he has got hair on his bald center of the head. He has been able to stretch out a little more, get his chest loosened up a bit, and he expects this process to continue so that he will restore some of flexibility that he has never had for many years. And people are also beginning to find out that there's some new options, and people begin coming slowly, but there's no commercials there. It's just spread by wording from one help to another that needs help. So there's a lot of work to do for him, but that is a very good decision I made then when I saw these possibilities to contact him and use him as a medium for spreading this knowledge, because it will be spread to a lot of people this way. And regarding the other things, that is just the workshops. We have to have some people that spread this knowledge, and I'm in the process of doing that. This is what we need, and
Mr. Hansen, good morning. This is Aza.
Yeah.
You live in Copenhagen?
No, I live outside Copenhagen, but near it.
Where? Which island?
I live about 30 kilometers north of Copenhagen.
Oh, I see. Because my sister and my nieces, they live in Copenhagen. They need a mentor. Maybe perhaps I can give you information. They can come and visit you.
Okay.
Because they start to learn about the Keshe, but they need some information, somebody who can you can take them under your wing and teach them a little bit.
The problem is the number of assignments for what to do. This morning I was thinking about the things I have promised to do for others, and there's a lot of things. Maybe we could have just one day where several people come, and so I don't spend so much time, because I have a lot of assignments to do now.
I think what they need to do, they want to know where to buy the material to make the ganses and coils, stuff like this. Some small things you can make them.
I can give information on that immediately.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
What I do is, there is a scrapyard or metal shop, whatever you want to call it. It's located in Bagsvær, right beside the medical giant Novo Nordisk. And if you get there, you are allowed, you can go into the office, and you are allowed to go into the yard and find things. And the more precious things are located inside the house where the office is. And there I buy copper and I buy zinc, and they have a lot of other things. And you get this for the scrap price, not for the ordinary retail price. And you can go there, and all the people, that craftsmen that use these metals, when they have some remains for a job, they put it there. You can find the metals, you can see the stamped numbers on the plates specifying what is the material, and you buy it for, I think it's in Danish kroner, it's 40 kroner per kilogram of copper. That is not expensive. And you get, it's like new. It's just they had a big plate and they cut off a piece, and it cannot be of use for anything. And then they go and sell it to the metal shop, and they can sell it to you. And this way you can get first-class materials for a low price. And when I went to Togo, I came there and I bought 10 kilograms of copper and 2 kilograms of zinc, and took with me down there. And it's very seldom you come there and there's no materials. And that's what we always have to do, because we live in a society that is engineered to limitations. So wherever you have a possibility to bypass that mechanism and get things at the right price, low price, you have to do it. It's located in Bagsvær, and I don't remember the exact name, but I can find it and I can put it in the chat. Then they know where to get the materials. And regarding the salts and the NaOH, you can buy everywhere. The KOH you can buy on eBay from Germany site, ebay.de. There you can buy a kilogram cost around, what is it, maybe 13 euro. That's not much. And you can do a lot of ganses with 1 kilogram of KOH. So that's how I do this part of it. But even though Mr. Keshe says that that we live in a village with a matter of state. In many cases, we need it, and especially in Africa. I have seen this country with marvelous people, kind people, nice society, but a bit poor. Not poor in as a human, but poor materialistic and scarcity of tools and all the practical things you can do to better your life. And we have a big task to do for Africa. They have been robbed and plundered for hundreds of years, and now we have to change it. I fully agree with Mr. Keshe. And it's also a bit sad to see so many people looking down on what they call development countries. As I see it, the mental richness of Africa far supersedes Western Europe. When I look at the other citizens in this country, very, very few has the conscience level of Africa. They are closer to nature, they understand more, they destroy less, and we need to spread this knowledge. Okay, I'm talking so much, but maybe you can send a message on my Zoom account for your family, and then I will see if we can find an evening where I can collect a few number of people, because many wants, the more knowledge you get, the more people wants to talk with you. So instead of having a lot of individual meetings, I could maybe have a meeting where I collect a few of them and then give some information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You brought something very, very important forward. You know, even people which have problems to buy the materials, they don't need to. They can go to the yards where they collect old materials, broken televisions, broken fridges. They can recuperate so much copper in those places before it gets destroyed or reused. And they can always talk and have a friendly word with the people which are collecting it, to have it for a far lesser price than what they should buy it in the shop. So it's a good idea to go where it gets dumped and then recuperate and recycle and become a recycling machine yourself, because you can make something so much more beautiful out of it. I heard you saying something about, do you have any expertise with bees? Did I understand correctly?
I have no special knowledge of bees. I know some people that have bees, and I have seen a little bit, but I will not call myself a bee expert. All I know is that the bees get destroyed by chemtrails, which is a very important subject. I think Mr. Keshe should think a little more about. And all the, I'm an electrical engineer, and for a period I was measuring people's home, how high the radiation level was. There is in Germany some very skilled people. They call themselves biobiologists. And one of the jobs they do is when people want to build a house, they examine the piece of earth where they want to raise the house, if it's a safe place to build. How is the radiation levels? What are the plans for the area? Where are the high tension electrical systems located? What about other stuff as the fields from the earth and so on? And they have collected a wealth of knowledge for well-being, and they have recommendations. And I can tell you, with this expensive expensive equipment I bought in Germany for measuring mobile radiations, you look into a terrible situation, because almost everywhere in Copenhagen, you have a radiation level 10,000 times the recommendation of the German biologists, 10,000 times. And that's one of the reasons for the cancers in society. Now the mic is open. I would like to tell you a little story, if it's okay.
Sure, sir. Feel free to share with us.
There is an organization in Denmark that is Open Mind Conference. They are arranging this every year, and I have punked them a bit, because I said to them, it's a very, very big mistake you don't include Keshe Technology this year. But they haven't done it. And I don't participate this year, because I think this is very wrong. I will spend my time on more good things than coming when they can't recognize the importance of this. But the previous year, there was a Swedish engineer and mathematician, and he was pensioned, and he has worked with assuring quality all his life. He has done statistics on products from electronic factories, and these statistics are a very efficient tool to determine if there are problems with design or problems with production of the electronic devices. And they really earn their money, because they can pinpoint problems that otherwise would cost a lot of money to fix for the factories. And now when he got pensioned, he was bored. So he started again, just for his own. He acquired health databases for Scandinavian area, and I think also Germany and some other countries. And then he started to work with the numbers. And he found out that when you sleep, for example, you do not spend as much time on one side as you spend on the other side. And he said the reason for this is that the heart is not located in the center of the body. And there has been studies that has measured how long time you sleep on left side and how long time you sleep on the right side. And knowing his métier and how to work with numbers, he started to find correlations. And he was interested in skin cancer. And he saw, how is it with skin cancer? Then he started correlating the numbers for skin cancer on left side and skin cancer on right side. And he found out that the numbers exactly matched, with very high correlation, the time you sleep on one side and the time you sleep on the other side. Then he was thinking, how can it be that this matches? Then he found out that these spring mattresses, they work as antennas, and the part of the body that is most separated from the spring is where the field is the strongest. That's why people get skin cancer correlated to how much you sleep on each side. When he found that out, he showed us a picture, showed where he put in his mattress in the garbage container, because he wouldn't run that risk. He saw the numbers was too high. He also found out other things about the mobile radiation. Actually, if you live too close to the antenna towers, that is not good. It is not good either to live too far away, because then you have a much stronger radiation from your own phone you have low radiation from the tower, but if you use the phone a lot, then it's much higher in order to reach the tower far away. He also correlated the danger of tobacco. He found out that tobacco is not dangerous, at least not the natural form. But when you put additives in it, and when you started all the broadcasting, the radio signals, then there was a kind of, what do we call it, this cocktail effect. And he, with his numbers, showed the delay. There was a lot of people who has been smoking all their life, and when you introduced the mobile phone, the problem really exploded. It started already in the 1920s when you got the ordinary radio, and then it increased when you got the television in the 40s, 50s, whenever it was around that time. And when the mobile phone came, then it exploded. There was a delay that took to develop the illness, and then the numbers exploded. Also for the people that has been smoking for many, many years without problems, when the radiation from the mobile come, then the numbers grew. And from my previous work, I know that mobile phones is a very bad thing. It is directly, I will come with a postulate that I think is backed up if we dig into it. I have got information from other channels that mobile phones, they are designed to make you ill because as Alexander, what is it? The German scientist, Mr. Keshe, know him. I know he has spoken about Alexander. I can't remember the last name. I have spoken with this guy several times, and he says that the mobile phones could be made so they were not harmful, but they are not. And even all the new phones contains generators that if you are a problem to the system, they can turn it on, and it will reduce your ability to make a clear thought. And I have avoided mobile phones. I have used an old, very nice Nokia phone for a lot of years, but now when I communicate with with them I work together with, I need a newer phone, and I hate the phone. I know I spent 3 days on Android and found out that it's not possible to have any kind of privacy on an Android phone. Not possible.
May I come in and give some additional advice?
Yes.
Especially for people which are working with iPhones, working with Androids, whatever name you name it, your computer systems, your homes which are not in safe positions. When you are even positioned near these towers, which they call dead towers, please just go through the simple application of creating the infinity loop with nano-coated wire. So you take your nano-coated wire, as you coat just like every single other nano-coating material process. When you fold the ends, let's say 20 centimeter, you make the ends meet. You don't cut the rope or the wires after they are nano-coated. You just simply fold them like they become a loop, and then you give them one flip over that they become like an 8 or an infinity loop, as we call it. I have them on my phone double. I have them on my computer front and back. I have them around my bed. I have them especially when I spot those towers, even in a far distance. I make sure they're even hanging in front of my windows, and they're attached on the back of my seat of my office chair, because they create huge amount of headaches, illnesses, and all the rest, which you just tried to explain. With putting the infinity nano-coated object around you, in your purse, around your phones, everywhere you can imagine, if you, even on the attic, on the bottom, under the carpets, you are creating a field which will absorb what you do not need. My phone, I cannot even hold it in my hands if it is out of its protection bag, because it just goes boiling hot. It makes me sick. I need to throw the phone out of my hands. Since I have put these protection layers on the bottom, and then in the flip that is double, I can use my phone, and I have no more hot phones. I can work around the phones. I can work around my computer. I am comfortable. So please, if you have, and you're not even in the position of changing your bed, then put some of those infinity loops under your bed or just under your sheets where you sleep. You will create the protection fields because they absorb. And if you are such an engineer with those expertises, and you have the people we have which can go and measure this kind of knowledge, please do and come back with the feedback, because it works. So you can release a lot of stress. You can create a calm environment just with a simple infinity loop nano-coated in a plastic bag that it doesn't rub off the nano-coating layer, and you're okay. What do you think, sir? Will you be able to come and give us a good feedback on this one?
I would first say that it's a very good advice when it helps for you, because many people in society today are electrosensitive. In Sweden, it's actually recognized as a disability. I don't know where it is in Sweden, but there is a town in Sweden totally without electricity for those to live there that cannot stand the electric fields anymore. I myself have worked with electricity for a long time. I'm a retired engineer now, and I have worked a lot with electricity, worked long hours all my life, and done a lot of experiments, and I am also electrosensitive. But somehow it has been reduced by some people that has helped me with health. It's something that can be changed in a way. And about the measurement equipment, firstly, I think it's very hard to measure objectively the effect of this infinity loop. I expect so. I haven't tried. The second problem is that the equipment I had, I sold it because it took a lot of energy. Often it was so when I came to a house, it was often the wife that was very concerned about the mobile radiation, and the man didn't care. So when I come to such a home and I go through the house and I measure the levels in all the rooms, I get the appreciation and from the wife, and I get the not so pleasant reaction from the husband that thinks I'm an idiot and I'm just a crackhead that comes with just like snake oil in old westerns, and they don't recognize the amount of knowledge behind doing that.
Yes.
And it drained my energy, so I sold the equipment.
Uh-huh. I want to point something very important at you. And this is something not many people have even stood still with. whoever has built a MAGRAF system and you have connected is getting nano-coated. So you are becoming into the fields the same as the infinity loop. Because the wires are running everywhere up and down, you just need to switch to different contact points because you know there are two circuits, ones which are supplying you with your plugging in of your systems like fridge and television and whatever. But then you have a second circuit which is connected to your light switches. So you have to apply the system twice to nanocoat completely your house. With nanocoating, which takes about, let's say, 6 months to 9 months, depending on the beautiful creation of your MAGRAF system, your whole house becomes one protection dome. People have not stood still by that. It's not only that you're reducing your energy bill, and the MAGRAF is serving so many other things, it is also at the same time nano-coating every single copper wire in your house, which will and is creating a protection shield. And I'm 400% sure, sir, that you will be able to measure that if you have a MAGRAF or you know where the MAGRAFs are working.
I have a very simple device, just a little screwdriver from the company I have, and that's very sensitive. And the problem is when we make the MAGRAFs, and especially when they get transported a long way, the nanocoating is hurt. And from my understanding from previous experiments, not in the Keshe technology, but in other fields, and I have a spectrum analyzer. I'm able to measure several things, but these high frequency measurement equipment, that was something special because it gave an average of the level of radiation. But I fully agree. The MAGRAF does something, certainly, and you feel it. The field is so big. I live in a relatively big house, and one end of the house I have the MAGRAFs, and I also have to say, as a bit of warning, the person that has made this may be listening. I have a friend that was very impatient. I said to him, wait, we make the MAGRAFs ourselves. No, he said, I want it now. And then he bought 2 MAGRAFs on eBay from a person that has been in Keshe Foundation. And what he delivered to me was 2 MAGRAFs. And I know from things he presented that he knows better. I got MAGRAFs, light brown. Some places I could see the copper, and they don't work. Of course, they don't work. I have them here in the house, and the one MAGRAF I built, assembled here Monday evening, it is connected to these 2 MAGRAFs. And I hope in time they will get nano-coated, but they are not now. They were even made so it's short circuit to metal rods and so. And he gets a lot of money, and I will bet that Keshe Foundation have never seen a dime of that money he earns. That is very bad. But he gets his karma for that.
Why don't you return those 2 MAGRAFs? You're not
Because
supposed to accept something which is not, first of all, made by the standards of the Keshe Foundation. Secondly, is not because this is outrageous, because they can't do. Just please return them, because there is no good point for you keeping a MAGRAF which is not assembled, first of all, in the right way. And secondly, he has to deal with his creation, but you don't need to suffer because of his creation, which is not correct.
Yes, but you know, on eBay, there is no return option on this buy, so you cannot do it. You can only
You have a return address. Sir, I prefer to send you a perfectly working MAGRAF from Austria, from the team, from the doctors, but please do return those two MAGRAFs from where they came from. Let him deal with it, with his own creation. We will provide you with a new one, and I assure you they will be there in a few days. We will take care of this. They cannot do this, and I'm glad you brought this forward. But
Yes, I think it's bad because this guy, I think he's a quite old student, and he knows a lot about this technology. But in Germany, there are a lot of poor people. Germany is a much worse state than mass media tell you about. They have been, Israel. They want greater Israel. They make havoc in Middle East, generate a lot of refugees, kill a lot of people, and a lot of them has ended up in Germany, and Germany suffers from the expenses of all these people. And it has resulted in a poverty in Germany that is few know about. And I know that a lot of people in Germany, they have to fight for living every day. And probably this is also for this guy, but it does not make right that he sells things that he knows better to do it right. The problem is I can send them back to him, but I will never get my money back.
You don't need to, sir. We will make sure, because we have a very beautiful team. We have different beautiful teams. And that is that when people come to certain positions, we as a foundation, as knowledge seekers, we are there. So you will have them, somebody will contact you in the background. I'm already onto it. And please return those two faulty MAGRAFs, which they will never do what they're supposed to do and the intent they were supposed to be built for. So do not worry, we will send you two working MAGRAFs. And then you can give us a feedback in a few weeks or a few months, because it takes time for them to settle at your home. But they will be created with the right intent and the right knowledge and the way a MAGRAF should come. Because it's from the moment you make them. It doesn't matter in what position you are. It is the intent, because you're going to go through the process of making, creating them. You're spending the money on the material, buying, making, waiting, assembling. At least then do it in the right purpose of the intent. This is all what a MAGRAF needs for them to go and shine and serve for what the purpose it was built for. So let the person to receive them back. I promise you, you will have two correct, beautiful working MAGRAF systems. And in a few weeks or a few months, please return at least the information, how they're doing, and if they're enjoying to be with you.
Of course I will.
Thank you very much.
I can also say that these are not sold for free. Two MAGRAFs that was declared to deliver 3.2 kilowatts, they cost, together these two MAGRAFs cost 1,030 euro. That's quite a good price when you just throw things together without doing it right.
It's not even the point that they have been thrown together. It's the point that they are not working with the ethos. Because even if you make mistakes and you can't work the right way of assembling them, or you don't have the complete knowledge to make, the MAGRAF you ignite with your intent, no more, no less. And this is the whole secret behind the beauty of MAGRAFs.
Yes.
If they don't produce and you just keep them plugged in, they change the fields, they are already in operation. But if your intent is correct for what they're supposed to serve, the purpose for what they're supposed to serve, as we explained in the medical teaching, as Dr. Klaus brought forward, even a full medical system to be as a health system is changing owner because it can't serve its purpose. This is the beauty with the knowledge and connection of the ethos of the foundation. We teach bold. If you follow the truth before you start creating and become a creator of anything, a paint pen, an infinity loop, your intent is so important with the feeling and how you're going to make it for what it's supposed to serve. That man, even if he is in need, if he is putting the right intent, the magras will find their way how to produce, to overcome his, whatever he's short of. But they still will serve. They will still do their job. So don't hesitate and just return them to wherever they come from. Even people which have and are in these kind of problems, please don't hold on to something because you paid for it. Because if the intent is not correct, it will not do its job.
Yes, that's a thing that I have been thinking about. I don't think I say too much when I have learned nanocoding from an expert, I will call him. And he told me that when you nanocode, and you nanocode by fire, you see the color of your aura in the colors you make when you nanocode with fire. And the field you have in your body at that time is impregnated in the coils. And that's why it is so important. If you have a bad day and you are angry, you should never make a macro coil. And I think the materialistic teachings, I went to engineering school a lot of years ago, and I learned to think the traditional way. Then in '98, I was on a business trip to China. I got vaccinated and lost my health. And a natural practitioner restored my health in 3 months. That changed my life. I recognized that something was not right about the society. I had lived a good life, earned good ways, and got a lot of good things about me, around me, but I recognized this is bad. And when we look at the system today, that Christian is not calling the health system, he calls it the sickness system. Just like drug dealers in Denmark, the authorities promote the vaccine that is proven to make young women ill. He has a list of 500 now, my friend. And it's so terrible. We need to get a way to help them also. But back to this materialistic view, I think it's beyond many people's apprehension that the things they have been taught all their life, a big percentage of that is a lie. And I think that is one of the most important problems we have in front of us when we try to spread the Keshe technology, is that this perception of the world is so wrong. They are not open to the reality. If you consider everything dead things, you will never get the depths of the technology. And the more I work with this and study this, the more I understand this about the frequencies, because in my view, I consider the ganses as frequency generators. They have the frequencies that are good for the body. And just to mention the mobile phones, you have electrical specifications of the radio waves you transmit. It's a digital phone, digital technology. And when you make a mobile phone, you have to make the circuit so that it keeps to the specification. That's a lot of timing specification. And you can slightly modify this timing without breaking the specification. But what you do when you change a little bit, you change the frequency spectrum of the mobile phone. And I have seen the benefits of frequency treatment of the human body, not Keshe technology, but I got my health restored by a machine that did the frequency treatment on me. And I've seen how good it was for me. And I know equally that the mobile phone, if it's emit the frequencies, you can get headache and get ill and get cancer, all these things. And you can so easily, the producer or the controller of the phone can so easily reprogram the center circuit to make bad frequencies for you. I think that is also one of the control mechanisms that unwanted people get their phones reprogrammed so that they create illnesses. That's another thing. That was just by an extra information. But while I have your attention, Caroline, I think it was February. I bought 3 signed books from you, but I have not received anything. I don't know, is it a problem with the books or is it just a long time to do the order processing? I would like to have the books, but so far I have not got any.
I'm sorry, I got kicked out, so I missed the last 5 minutes of your explanation.
Okay, yeah,
No,
5 minutes is a long time. Yeah, but
it's work which is kicking me out. I cannot do
yeah,
anything about it.
no, that's actually
What was
if these sendings should be more secure, then I think you need a lot of technology to do that with parallel circuits and I worked with something in the communications industry. You have to make special protocols and encrypted channels and have maybe 5 or 10 channels encrypted with an extra protocol to ensure safe, undisturbed communication. But that's also a big job to do. And many wants to harm these sendings. We see that. But I will say thank you very much for your kind offer, Caroline. And I will see if I can get the address of him because he didn't want any communication with me. He wouldn't give me an email address or anything. I will check if I have the box, still have the box, and I can have an address to return the macros. You're probably right. Maybe they are impregnating my house with the wrong intents.
They you don't know the source of how they were created. The magraphs themselves are, unfortunately, you can hold on to them and see if you place them in a corner and pay your positive intentions to it if you can't return them. And when you receive the other magraphs, maybe they will and create a, how can we say, a protection support system for those two, because they don't feel happy in their being either. So maybe we can do something for them being beings, because they are created, they are shielding, they're vibrating, they're alive, which might sound very.
Now you dropped out again, Caroline. Can you hear me?
Hello, Caroline, are you there? See the microphone, but I think she did have a little intermission time here.
Yeah, but maybe I should also shut up. You know, Rick, I'm terrible when I start talking. But,
well, sometimes that's when the good information comes out, when we get over our initial hesitation and then it starts kind of flowing out sometimes too. So it's important to let that go sometimes, and other times we need to cut things short. So, anything else you'd like to add to that?
I'd
While
just
you
say
have the
that
mic open,
what
Eric?
Caroline was going to explain now is very important. And when
Yeah,
she comes back,
I
are you
am
back?
back.
Okay, what you started to
Uh,
explain about the markups, I think this is very important information. I think you should continue in that. And then I think I have consumed more than enough time today. So I will shut up and listen to your explanation. Thank you.
the magraphs, I will bring you back to the beginning of the blueprint for the magraphs. When Mr. Keshe explained the beauty of the magraphs, you all can go back to that teachings, the time around before and the time of the blueprint of magraph. He explained when you create your first magraph, you give it away to your neighbors, to your family, or to somebody in need. And then you create a second one for yourself. So there is already the secret hidden within that system. If you understood the ethos of what you create as a creator, a magraph system is a full universe working independent to serve humanity or to serve for the purpose, whatever you created for. Because a magraph will be and can be a full oasis system. If people remember the old pages on the first websites, we always talked about an oasis system. If you can find those pictures back from that time, an oasis system is a full station of supplying, supporting, creating every single need you need when you are in a difficult, or let's say you have been in an earthquake zone or a devastation disaster. That's what the name Oasis was called for. Your magraph has the same ability. It has not been yet come forward in the teachings completely, but it's a full station of feeling, it's a full station of energy, it's a living creation. The intent of your magraph before you start is so extremely important because you have to dedicate it a target, a destination, a creation for it to be able to serve. Otherwise, it cannot take its path for what it was created for. Now, outsiders sometimes go and say, your magraph hasn't been completed or there is something wrong with it. You can adjust the system with your intent. You can even reconnect to the person who made them with the wrong intent and say, I will take care of this. I will receive another one or I will create another one to at least replace because I need to supply my house. I need to be safe for the winter to come. But I will take care of those two babies and I will see what I can achieve by changing with my intent their fields to become comfortable and maybe to go back to the one who originally created them, to bring his peace at his soul at peace and his physicality at peace, that they can change. You will change them. Just 1 second, please, otherwise you're gonna go deaf. Thank you so much, Rick. I can see that, yes, exactly, this is the oasis system. Now look, look what this creation is being explained, how it's been explained. Now it's time maybe for you all to realize that your MAGRAF system is so much more than just an energy supply system. It can feed a whole city, let alone that it will supply you only in your house. This is the wonder behind the knowledge which Mr. Keshe has not revealed yet. Because the first point, the first step, when you become a creator, you have to walk in the correct intent of the ethos of the purpose of your creation. Otherwise, you will create mayhem, you will create chaos, and this is not the purpose of the knowledge which has been taught. And yes, sir, it is extremely important to understand that it's not foolish to have a MAGRAF sitting in a corner, which is crippled or not be able to function properly. And that you can position yourself to go and to direct your intent, how to change or alter or whatever your intent is to support. Because not only you will support the soul of the creation of the MAGRAF, which is an entity, which was very clearly explained by Mr. Keshe. Do not deny, do not pretend it is not there, because it is there. It is more than reality that you're not a fool when you direct your intent to something which is a living creation. If you understand the magnificent work what that creation can serve you for with, you will sit down in your sofa and you will say, Mamma mia, how is this possible? Now you have not even been able to tap into the full potential of your MAGRAFs, because the most important thing of the ethos, the intent, was not there from the beginning. That's why it doesn't go and expanding more until you get onto the same platform to be able to go to tap into this knowledge for it to be opened up as we are trying to synchronize one with another, that the knowledge can open and take you to a higher level. As Mr. Keshe explained so many times, I cannot make you to walk when you still are in the infancy of crawling. It's impossible. Now I'm trying to give you a view with this gentleman bringing this kind of topic forward with two MAGRAFs. You can and be, you are the creator of it. So what your intent is with the ethos, what being taught by Mr. Keshe, give your first MAGRAF away, which means your first one and your second one should be working 100%. Because of the intent of the ethos that you confirm, you give first before you receive. That's the ethos, how it works. That's why a lot of people have much more achieved, but they will not step forward. Somehow they stay behind the screens not to share yet. But I invite you to come forward for the ones which have seen the wonders of the MAGRAFs, who have seen the wonders of whatever you have been able to create. There are so many in the background. Just 1 second, please. It's not so much, sorry, I'm back. I just don't want you to hear totally going mad. It is so unbelievable that not only the reflection of the mirror with your own eyes to confirm I exist, through your hands, you create. When you make food, create something which is a portion of love or a portion of hate, or a portion which will detest this taste, or they will scrape the pot out and say, Mama, do you have more? Or Papa, do you have more? And this is something that has seemed to be very difficult for a lot of people to come to grasp, that it is this simple. Bless your tools, bless your food, bless your handshake, bless the house you're going to walk into. Be full of gratitude, create the environment, because even your own house is your field, is your environment. This is where you function as a family. That is where you decide how this environment will be. And when it starts getting penetrated by outsiders, you still have to create a stronger field, which means you're getting tested to see where and how, what an atmosphere you're going to create within your own environment. Some houses you walk in, they feel like home because they have a kind of warmth, because everything is being done with love and care. And then you come into houses, they're like a fridge because they're spotless. There's not a dust. Everything is in its place, but it's like a showroom. There is no life in it. There's no feeling in it. You have the same with shops, which are working very intensive. You know, the casa just keeps on ringing, tingling, because they're selling. People just keep on walking. Why? Because the souls which are operating in that shop carry the right charisma. They carry the right intent. That's why their shop is working so good. When you run a business, your business can only flourish, can only grow and be, and from the fields what you're shining out in that, what you create within. The same is with the magraphs, the same is, this is the ethos of life. Ethos is a combination of supporting for you to understand that you're the part where the pivot point sits of the needle of the compass. Pardon. Which direction you're going to take. You're going to go north where it's cold, or you're going to go south where it's warm, or you're going to stay somewhere in the between and make the balance to be balanced. These are all your creations. Every single step, every morning you wake up, that's why I try to pass you through the mirror, in front of the mirror, to change your cup of life. Because if you make your soul, your cup of life, to be full of joy, then you will start touching things, talking, seeing things, communicating with people on a different level, because you're so happy inside. Your creations are incredibly important. We're bringing continuously feedback from people which are doing it, how they're doing it, and we're trying to expand for you to understand, yes, I can change that notch, and then this fits into my life, and I'm learning from this. This is where we are synchronizing with each other. Because certain topics come on the table for them to be opened up. If you look at the Oasis system, you have more than a pot of gold in your house through a Magraph system. But it hasn't been touched yet, because really a lot of people know that they are not handling the Magraphs, which was such a beautiful gift. They haven't been handled the right way. The intent has not been taken up. I don't name everybody. I do not judge. I do not know. But everybody knows something is wrong. It's for each individual to go back and say, can I reset my Magraphs? Can I reset what maybe I didn't understand from day one, or I didn't even hear it when it was explained, or I wasn't in that teaching? So don't start feeling guilty. Don't start panicking. But now you know that you can reset the system. You can retrack your steps and restart. And the Magraph will be more than willing to help you, to support, to walk a new path. And even as this gentleman has received it from somewhere else, the best intent is, if you don't find a way back for him to understand he made something or did something wrong, for whatever reason, then maybe you can nourish them like 2 handicapped or crippled babies and rebring them or regenerate them, give them time. Or through the magras, reach the person because his energy is still there. Maybe with your love and care, you can reset his intent that from now on, through your wish, you reach him to make sure that he thinks and he stands still, that he knows the difference, the awareness of the difference between right and wrong, so that he can start making them the right way for everyone else. Pardon. Because whatever you go wrong for whatever, there is a correction coming back on your path, which will make you to stand still, to reconsider, to regurgitate, what have I done wrong? Where have I been wrong? Now, you're all witness of this beautiful picture, which was the first one, which is the Oasis system. It's been there for years as a picture. You have managed to create it, you have managed to build it, but it's not okay yet. When the majority comes to understand what I was trying to explain, that is not foolish to talk to and communicate with the Magra system, then you will understand what a beautiful entity you have in your home and what it can serve you in time of need, because it's fully explained on this website or in this picture to serve humanity. And I'm so glad, sir, that you brought your frustration forward, because it synchronizes a lot of other things which maybe were missed. Intentionally, not intentionally, it doesn't matter. But a lot of people which were maybe not present or taking certain things up, that now they can know and how to reorganize and how to rechange. Even in the soul in the house where you're going to live. Because you can make your home a safe heaven from the energy which is beams out from inside. You might try to find the right place, that you're far away from this or far away from that, and that the ground is this and this and that. But if you still build it with an empty heart, then you will still have an empty house. So what you bring into the house is more important and can overcome so much more. But we're slowly all on the path of understanding and sharing. So if somebody else can come forward and share something else, and I thank you, sir. And if you know one thing, that's why I was asking you if you know anything about bees. Advise the bees, the imkers, to where they have their boxes, where the bees go, please ask them to add water with the ganses. They will receive all the fields from the ganses by drinking the water to stay healthy and to stay secure and to protect themselves. They will receive the CH2 through the CH3, they will receive the energy. The CO2 will give them the power. Zinc will balance them in their emotional, that they can't find sufficient food. So through those three, you will balance them. You will support the bee population. If there are a lot of imkers on and or no imkers, you can support them with pleasure. Just deliver them the gans waters, put them near their cave or their boxes, whatever. You can serve the bees for them to survive this difficult time and to even increase their population. The birds, the fishes, the plants, they will all enjoy it. And I found the secret that it is summertime. People have hot weathers in certain places on this planet. If you have a swimming pool, just dump a 5-liter bidon with the 4 ganses in it, gans waters in it. Leave a little bit of mixture of the gans itself in the bidon and just let it float or sink into the bottom of your pool. It stabilizes the water. If you position 2 or 3 and you don't mind swimming around the bidon of water from distilled water, you can use them. Just drop them in your swimming pool. You will see the change in your pool. That's another sharing from somebody else.
I've got
Then winter.
Sorry. I was just going to interject that I've got a great pool report from there's a place that we're converting, we're gansifying everything, and there's a pond and a pool and so on. So the pool has been treated with GANS water on a daily basis, and the person that owns the property is just raving about this pool water because she can go in and she finds it's very soothing and leaves her skin feeling smooth compared to the chlorine-based pool, because they stopped using chlorine in this pool as well. And the big thing she noticed, which you wouldn't think of normally, is she's tends to burn easily. She has fair skin and tends to burn in the sun easily. So she noticed when she goes into the pool and comes out, her skin doesn't burn. Instead, she tans and doesn't get the peeling on the nose and the peeling on the shoulders and so on that someone that's sensitive to the sun normally gets. And I'm thinking, well, this is a double bonus, because you don't really want people that are using the skin the sunblocker oily skin cream things to go into the pool, because it leaves a slimy oily film on the top of the water. So if you can use the GANS water in the pool and it ends up giving you a good tan and you don't need the tanning lotion, that's a double bonus for those people that want the best of both of those worlds.
You don't even have only this, Rick. When you have a pool like this, it is a health station. And the water becomes satin soft. You can feel that the water is different. When you have people which are not feeling well, let them bathe in your pool. They will come out so different. If you take a bath with GANS water, let's say a normal bathtub, and you can add 2 liter to 3 liter of GANS water, even simply just CO2, when you come out of that bath after, let's say, 10-15 minutes, you glow for about 2 hours. You can sense your own energy field as a warmth, like a blanket around you. It is absolutely amazing. So people which are low in energy, just go and bathe yourself in the GANS waters. Fill your pool up and keep it stable with the bidons of distilled water or plastic flask filled with the GANS water. You keep your water stable. But it's the fields which they are in return giving to you. It is absolutely amazing, because Topoli would never go near the swimming pool. Absolutely horrified from water. I don't know where he picked it up, but he would not. Absolutely not. That was a boy he was terrified. No water for me, mama. And when we start treating the pool in Italy, he started moving towards the pool to drink from the water. He was preferring my pool water to be drinking than the water bucket that I was placing in the kitchen for him. So why would an animal which has a water fear go near such a big, huge swimming pool on the border, and really had to reach a little bit down than his own body size to be able to drink the water? Preferably above the water I was freshly putting in the kitchen for him every day. He wasn't touching it. So Animals know, and they show you something. If you pay attention, you pick up a lot of information. So your magraphs, do not underestimate them. When you are all ready to work within the same and the correct intent, just read what is on this page. It is absolutely astonishing to be able to have such a system. And we all know we have these kind of devastation zones on this planet because she is moving. It's normal. But we can give them these kind of systems. Wow. So please, even the ones which maybe were not there, don't matter. You can restart. You can reset all your magraphs. Don't be scared about your mobiles. Don't be scared about the external fields because your magraph or nano coating your whole house because it's all copper wire. So at a constant demand, you create protection, but with your intent, with your creation. There is so much more hidden in this knowledge you can't even imagine. And this is only in the physical matter. So now you can start imagining what it will do in the non-physical matter. It's a beautiful path and it's a beautiful day and it's a beautiful journey. And I cannot say enough to my parents. Thanks God I was born in this time period of life. Because it's thanks to my parents I'm here. And that's where the gratitude goes back to whoever was here before me. No matter if they're still alive or they already have passed over. I still express all my gratitude to my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and whoever was before them, because it led to the journey that I could appear here today and elevate their souls because of the knowledge I received today at this moment. I'm so happy. And this blueprint week has shaken me a lot. It has woken up parts of me which I was not even aware of. It's continuously opening doors of wisdom, doors of understanding, doors of connecting, doors of synchronizing with all of you. I'm on a beautiful journey. I hope you're on the same beautiful journey as me. Yesterday we had to
Certainly, Caroline. And I must say that when I started to study from Keshe Foundation, this has changed my life completely, taken a completely new direction. And the benefits of this technology is so beautiful. There is so much, and it is more than true that Mr. Keshe says you get from this technology according to your abilities. This is certainly true, and I think one of the things I learned in my previous life was a surviving course by these soldiers, you know, what's called these special soldiers with special tasks. They are trained very, very hard in order to survive in terrible conditions. And they had a course, such a management course, and I was on such a course. And the main thing they wanted to teach us on that course, where we get almost no food and almost no sleep and was pressed to outmost, it was that the limits you see, you create in your own head. You are the limiter of your life. If you understand this, you can move the limits to wherever you want. And when I listen to your teachings, Caroline, and all the beautiful information you have given today, because that is so important information you give today. I can also say that Christian is in the very near future beginning to treat with people bathing in water. And I can only recommend, according to the knowledge I have got so far, that if you have a pool and you put in the Ganses and you swim under the water, that will do very good for your body and your whole condition. And may I add also that the house we have in Sweden, we have a well, and the water is bad because we don't live there every day and use the water every day. And I got some information that if you take 2 bottles, same size, and you fill one bottle and you fill a third of the other bottle with some Gans water, 60% copper oxide, 30% CO2 and 10% zinc, and you put it into the well. You have a wire connecting the bottles so they are separated by some distance, and you of course have the wire up so you can take it up again if you need to. If you put this into the water, then you will have 2 different masses of water, so you will have a gradient, you will generate a field, and this will clean your water in the well. It is so simple to do, and I go there this weekend, I think, and I will put it into the well and see the benefit, one more benefit of Keshe technology. And thank you very much for the information about the magraphs. When I look at them, I think of them as my little friends, and I want to see if I can get it to work. And I'm very thankful that you emit this information, that it's actually possible to change the initial impregnation of this little living soul as it is, because you create the plasma in the middle and then it is a soul. And it is possible to change this soul so that it fits your own needs. I'm very thankful for that information, Caroline. Thank you.
You are welcome. And for people which don't have a well, you can go into where the connection of your water comes into your house. You have a meter. Behind the meter, you can attach the bottles with a tape or a rope in the same position, but I would add even CH3 to it, because that becomes a feeder for you, and it is also working in a different field, as we have received tests back that CH3 is also removing bacteria and is re-stabilizing the water. So if you put your water, little bottles of plastic filled up with different levels of Gans water, and you tape them around your water pipe, which then will supply your whole house, your water is passing the fields. And they have shown it so beautiful in aquaponics in Australia. They're working with it. They're harvesting, they're increasing their harvest. Now, I have a few more tips, which maybe people, because they don't go to PeaceWiki or they don't go to testimonies. If you place Gans in your fridge, bottles of Gans water, they can be small. You will keep your food for much longer time preserved, that it doesn't go off so fast. You can even spray your food if you can't place the bottles in your fridge. If you go out, you can protect yourself and your children not to get salmonella when you go traveling on holidays by just simply taking a spray of CH3 water or CU water. I am emphasizing the water. Just spray on your salad, spray on your eggs before you eat them. You will prevent yourself from attrapting salmonella or any other whatever occurs, because they are not hygienic. You can spray your toilets, you can spray your bathrooms, you can spray your shower units to be safe and to keep yourself safe. If it is even so bad, that spray it on your hands. because you touch your face continuously if you're not in a safe environment when you go traveling. I will put this warning out because I know that the south of France, the sea, is contaminated with salmonella, very bad. And I mean extremely bad because I experienced it myself, not through me, but through my youngest one. You go sick for 3 days, diarrhea and throwing up and high fevers. And it is salmonella because you can smell it. You can reverse or prevent this condition before you go in the water to drink your waters of GANs. And if you come out of the water, to make sure to reset the process again. That's how you will protect yourself to have a pleasant holiday. And people with suntan or sunburn problems, just spray your body with CO2 GANs waters before you go in the sun, before you expose yourself to the sun. You will be protected. And when you come out of the sun and you have sunburns or your skin is itching, just use the combination of CO2 and zinc. Please, if you see people suffering from sunburn, don't let them suffer because it's very painful. Just hand them a bottle of water and say, just put it on a tissue and keep it in place so it can heal. The next morning, there are no blisters, there is no pain, and they will have a beautiful sleep. So you can be a walking mat on a beach in a paradise. And maybe you didn't even stood still by this. When you burn your hands in the kitchen or you cut yourself, just put your hand straight away in CO2 water. You will see what it will do to you. It removes the pain, the stinging and the burning. It heals your skin so fast that you can use after 10-15 minutes your hand again or your fingers. And then on top of that, you don't have blisters forming on your skin. Because I had that problem in Desenzano. I burned myself badly and I only had the CO2 kits around me producing GANs. And without even standing still because the pain was so bad, I just put my hand straight away into one of the kits. I stood there for a minute. And when the pain was easing, I dared to pull my hand out. And then after half an hour, I noticed that I could use my hand even on the burn spot, which was so bad. And I was so amazed. But all these are in the testimonies. When children have fevers, please wash them with CO2 water. It will bring the temperature down. Still, do not hesitate to inform yourself on medical level or don't hesitate to even contact a doctor, no. But you can react faster than when the time you can get them to hospital. Just put towels on them with CO2 water. Cool the body down, but the GANs will do its work. And if they can drink a little bit, let them drink GANs water of CO2 and zinc. You have become doctors of knowledge. You have become scientists. You have become engineers. I cannot emphasize enough what you can do with this knowledge. When you go travel to, I hate to use the word third world countries because that doesn't exist. This is something which the Western world has created to show that they are better than them. But I prefer to say if you go to Africa or India, name it for the place what it's supposed to be named, as Dr. Quata brought so beautiful forward in one of the Universal Council meetings. Why do we need to be called third world countries? What is the meaning of that? I'm a human being. I am from there and I have this name and I come from there, and this is my origin. Why do I need to be called and pushed in a corner which I don't even belong in? But where you go to these places, do not be fooled, because the poverty among you is much bigger than where you're going to travel to. So open your eyes and try to distinguish where the real poverty is. Poverty in what you don't have on matter, or the poverty of the souls that cannot serve. Are you blind, or have you reached your vision to see? That's the difference. Travel with your GANS kits. When you go to Africa, you go to India, you know that this problem is imminent, you're going to be facing. Then please do take enough GANSes in your suitcases and be very generous with your CH3, your CO2, and your zinc. And your CEO, you're going to need too. But be very generous. And if you can find the time in your own holiday time to teach one soul, then he can teach so many. You already changed your world of your path, because you're paying it forward for that next generation, that they don't need to suffer of hunger or medical. You're the walking scientist, you're the walking doctor, you're the walking knowledgeable man. You are a human. I always say, Mr. Keshe always say, we are too much human, and I couldn't understand this. And he was repeating this already for quite a few years. I could never place this. I said, yes, of course I am a human. I look like a human, I talk like a human, I walk like a human, I eat like a human. But I couldn't understand the essence, what he was trying to explain with being a human. Now I do. Now I fully understand the concept of what it is to be a human. That is to serve the purpose why I am born as a human. To acknowledge where I can give, not to stay and sit in my chair. But to get out of the chair and just walk and walk on my path of so many things which are so beautiful. And you become part of it because you want to connect, as the gentleman just before me said. You are only your own limitation. And you have to have no fear to expand, to see that there are no limitations on nothing. That's what exactly we encourage our children. We teach our children they have no limits. They can go up the ladder and climb. They can take the risk of falling down. They can go and play football and break a leg. Why don't we expand our own limitations, which we have created by building up walls? You're free in your own existence. So, shall we do a lot of corrections with the magras, please? We build them. How we make sure they reach other people with the right intent, that at least we can discover the knowledge of what their truly intent was when they were created, that they can serve as a oasis system. That is my wish today, that the people which are creators start creating with the right intent, that we can go to a higher level of understanding, that the doors of knowledge will open up to us, because we will make that limitation to disappear, to receive more, because this is exactly what is hidden in Mr. Keshe's knowledge. You make the first move, I can open the field. I can inspire you more because you brought it in front of me, because I can't do it for you. You have to give me the initiative for me to give you more, Because with what you give me, I can understand the level of what you have reached, the platform you have achieved to become. And there he is, out of nowhere, poof, he just appears and he opens a door, which you say, my God. That's why we have evolved. You know, everybody who has been in the teachings, especially on the Thursday mornings, have witnessed something, if you can recollect in your memory. Every time we were, let's say, even the time when we started the MAGRAs, the enthusiasm, the interest, the sharing, the building up of it, suddenly Mr. Keshe started teaching in different levels. He brought different topics. He was opening so many doors. We were like on a wave of elevating to a higher level. And we all sensed it. And then it returned again with unfortunately, the accident with Fabio. The death of Fabio had brought such a change into the foundation. It is unbelievable. I hope and I wish we will share the video of Naomi. She has changed so much. I informed Giovanni that we will bring it forward because he shared it with us. But I want Mr. Keshe to be there for him to share it with us. Because I have the video, but I will not take the honor because it's his work. I respect his work, what he's done with Naomi, because I saw it before with Neela. I've seen a girl coming back to life, which was a vegetable. Now we have the full reversal of coma. We have the potential of fully reversal of autism, of people which didn't do the switch by birth from the water world to the air. We have received so much wonders. Now, do we have to worry what is going wrong? Or shall we start worrying what we can do because we can't meet the needs fast enough by being creators and delivering the knowledge? I think we should be more worried with the last one, because the more we deliver, the faster Mr. Keshe is opening more doors to teach. He brings you every time a higher level of understanding. He brings you, he serves continuously, he's bringing you up in an upwards spiral of knowledge. And if you haven't noticed, but in the last 3 years, we have gone continuously like a wave through the whole foundation. Oh, there we go again. And everybody feels so good. And this is what this blueprint is bringing. It just moves us so much forward. It's a wave we are getting pushed. Our souls are really pulling us. Now, if we restart from tomorrow or tonight or this afternoon, and we are really aware what we create, and even from our creation that we will give it to something else or hand it over to somebody else, but with a different intent, you will see what you will start receiving more from the foundation through Mr. Keshe. There are so many gifts ready to be given to mankind, you have no idea. He debriefed Vince and Rick and me and a few others in the background. I have so many more gifts to share with you in the next few days. So be ready with your intent that those gifts will be revealed for humanity and for each one of you. The first one, which we dedicated a wish to, is the banking system. If you analyze that wish, the purpose of the wish is that not a single soul will suffer. So what we were trying to start talking about, what is wrong in the world, this is the reverse of it, because it's already been created as a wish and it's been confirmed. my wish is my command through all of you in unity, that when the banking system opens its doors and is ready to go, and when it gets activated, not a single soul will have to deal with starvation or any shortcoming. The second part is that humanity will make sure it keeps its abundance for every single soul on this planet. What can you wish more for? Why would you worry for what you still notice today in the physical world when you actually already changed the whole environment of energies for this to be changed? Why do you have doubts about yourself? I bring back to pay it forward. That boy didn't see it either. But at the same time, simultaneously, it was working so fast and it was touching so many souls because he was the ignition. So the foundation, Mr. Keshe, is the ignition. We will, and we already see so much, witnessing so much changes, and still there is a doubt in your soul, and there is a fear in your soul as a knowledge seeker, and there is still a but. I don't understand. So I think we're going to have to pass the mirror a little bit more, few times a day, to fill up our cup of life. That doesn't even have an inch of a drop to put a fear in it, a doubt in it, or a but in it. That you can walk with a full cup of life the whole day as the boy created. As Mr. Keshe has created the same path for all of you. We even tackled one of the most difficult points yesterday. We already worked on it. And that is that we, or even in 3 wishes, make sure that we make sure they do not touch children anymore. That they come to the point before they do, that they realize the difference between wrong and right, or right and wrong. The second wish is that we are already protecting our children. And the third one is that the ones who already have been victims of that will be released from their suffering. Now, maybe you think I'm a fantastic, but no. You have to, because of your confirmation, I am present. You have to let go of that energy to give it to the universe, for it to be created, for it to manifest itself in the matter state, because you're a creator. So you need time for it to come back to manifest itself. If you hold on to it and you never let it go because you're scared and you have no trust and you have fear and you have buts for this and that, how do you want to create when you don't let it go for it to be able to manifest? When I create a wish, I make sure my wish is complete. I finish my wish and then I let it go. Because when I let it go, I give it the time, the fields, the energy, the intent, and I distance myself. I do not model anymore on that wish. Because if I change the fields, I'm going to delay my wish. It's like ordering something on the internet and you keep on changing your order. When are you going to receive it? Never. Or in 6 months' time. Because you're causing a lot of problems for the one who is receiving your order because he doesn't know what you want to do with it. Because you keep on changing your mind from yellow to red, from red to brown, from brown to black. It doesn't work. You can't model anymore once you have created what you want to create. You got to let it go, give it. You have to give, let it go, let it manifest, and then you will see the fruits of it. because then it comes back. And you know what the beauty is of it? 14 days. You don't need to wait a lifetime. You don't need to wait months. You don't need to wait years. You don't need to wait for next generations, because it will manifest in front of you. In 14 days, you will see the energies taking shape of your wish, which is your command, if you let it go. That means you have given it so much energy that it can manifest itself, and detach yourself from meddling with it, changing it, because you're not sure. If you understand the way of wishing, how it works, and how you can create, my God, we can change this planet within 14 days, all my loved ones. All my beautiful souls, you have the power in 14 days to change the whole, everything on this planet. But we have to unite. We have to know what we are doing. We have to understand what we are doing, and then we can release it. And then not to worry about anything, because it's already done, because you confirmed my wish is my command. Shall we do this? Shall we unite as humanity to confirm we are this powerful as creators to achieve this level, that by the 2nd and the 3rd of August, we have a completion of world peace? That's my wish. As humanity, we will reach peace for every single soul, every single being on this planet. My wish is my command. I am present.
Thank you, Caroline. I am present.
Thank you, Caroline. I am present.
Thank you, Caroline. I am present.
Yes, thank you, Caroline. I am present, Flint.
And Eric is present. Thank you.
This is Klaus. I'm present.
My wish is my command. I am present.
This is the blueprint, we people. This is the manifestation from humanity for humanity on this planet. And everything which is working, living, sharing with us, to become peaceful creatures in full understanding. Mr. Keshe always said, the real intent will manifest in the creation of it. You cannot create if your intent is not present. That's why you confirm with I am present.
I am present in your wish, Caroline. This is from Valerie, Tenerife.
Thank you. And this is a beautiful blueprint teachings, or these are the beautiful blueprint teachings which Mr. Keshe ignited. It's unbelievable what we are sharing, what we are present in. We are not only receiving knowledge, we are not only receiving a window which is beyond our imagination. We are receiving so many gifts from each other. And we are creating the biggest gift for mankind, for humanity and for our planet. And you're all in the process of creating it. So every morning when you go and stand in the mirror for the last few days of the blueprint teaching, I hope when you say I'm beautiful, I hope you will attach the same wish of I wish peace for humanity. And I am present because you reflect yourself. That beautiful being which will start smiling and then walk the rest of the day. I'm a peaceful human being. I acknowledge that I am a wisher for peace. So you will multiply your creations by continuously feeding it and letting it go. But when you look in the mirror and you look at yourself and you look at the stars in your eyes, have you seen children which are absolutely healthy, absolutely joyful? Their eyes are not eyes. Their eyes reflect stars. They have lights in them. Now, one day you will come appear in front of that mirror and you will see the same reflection of that beautiful stars gazing back at you. Has anybody else something to share, please?
Tonight we arrived its threshold of the knowledge. I know that everyone feels in their heart, in their whole existence, that this tonight's understanding, every day is a new day, every knowledge is a new day, every day is a new us, but tonight is like we're biting out of that. The amount of knowledge, the understanding has come to a point we can see that threshold. We really do at the moment. And for the ones that are new listeners, whoever is joined just now, just take it as it is, because every day is being repeated with an intention. Intention has to be inflicted. Tonight was just like, oh my goodness, is up to my throat, is I'm about to cry. It's something that cannot be expressed, but it is what it is. We have to take it. If you're a new listener, just take it as it is, and take your days, times. It is going to be understood, and it is going to be very easy for individuals to digest it. That I couldn't stop myself. Thank you. I'm stopping now. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Why would you stop? Why would you stop? You have so much more to share.
I know, but it is. I always feel like I'm occupying
No.
and forcing and kind of way, and yeah.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Because you hit the point at the right point. So please do share more.
Well, okay. well, when you say that, that changes everything. That's the I bursted out. The drops, the knowledge, where we use the other words, it just came out of me. I couldn't stop it. What I couldn't stop was the understanding, the feeling, that the emotion that I carried and I cherished and I have understood. I just came to a point that I couldn't take it anymore. I had to say something, which I have, and I would love to inflict and give the inspiration to others to be able to um, understand it. Nobody has to come out here, but
This is exactly why I brought you back, because you were exactly expressing your emotion, which is beautiful.
well, thank you. This is what has to be come to a point. Then, um, who's going to reach that point, when and how? It depends on the understanding and how you digest it. You can allow yourself. It is really possible. You can allow yourself to be able to understand it, and you can just keep telling yourself. What is keep telling yourself is actually is your soul wants to um, talk and understand and everything else. Thank you. Like I did the other day. I don't want to go into because I lose it. The emotions, as you said, that I can't stop, cannot be stopped unless I say so. This is our free will. I can do that easily, and but well, we're going parallel, aren't we? I love because of you that I had to do this. So why should I push it? It should go parallel. I wish other people would enjoy sharing is something where you can be able to control your drama within you, to be able to stop your emotions, where your physicality wants to outburst. I know, I really do feel that, like it can never be stopped, as I have described it. But physicality can be uh, contained. Nothing can be stopped, but contained. You can contain it and then just like hold it and release it, not in one go, but and slow out of slow bursts, so that you don't you will enjoy talking. Otherwise, you will. Yes, Caroline. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from Istanbul, Turkey.
You're from Turkey, and your name, please, if we know.
My name is Alper Tetikoğlu. Yes, Alper.
We communicate a lot in the background sometimes.
I know, that's my containing. I can that much contain. If I'm talking, believe me, I'm out of. I'm no.
You're a waterfall.
Pardon?
I said, when you're talking, you're a waterfall.
Very liquid. We can describe that. This yes, liquidity is. I don't want to open it up. That's my emotion. You see, I can't stop it. I have to open it up and just reveal it as if I am. But this is being liquidity as it comes from, floats from, taking the whole common denominator of whoever is listening right now. It's not just us. It's the ears and the eyes that are reading are being affected within me and within us, all of us at the same time, simultaneously, so that I get this inspiration. Otherwise, no one should really reveal themselves superheroes, because there's no such thing. What we're talking, what we have understood within our community, within our, what I'm meaning by the community is Earth, or whole thing. It's not part of us. It's not just us. At this very point, it's just perhaps our soul is looking towards everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alper.
I love you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Love. Bye-bye.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, who's speaking?
My name is Marius and I am from Romania. And I want to say I am very glad to hear you all these days in a row. I don't know how many. And some of you become very, very emotional, and that has been transmitted to you, me as well, at least the other day. I have some experiences to share as well. I'm very new to applying some of the Keshe Foundation because I'm still trying to understand more and more every day. My first gas that I produced, it was zinc oxide. So just in a couple of weeks, it changed my wife's family's, let's say, state of being. They are more peaceful in a way, and it solves a lot of soul problems. And what I was shocked was this Sunday was my mother-in-law's birthday, so uh, uh, she was given flowers, a bouquet of flowers, and there were almost out of life. I don't know the term in English, but they were dying, let's say. So when we reached home, we put these flowers into water glass, and that was zinc oxide water. Um, it was in my very own eyes, in the front of my eyes, in the in half an hour, the flowers came back to life. They were growing in front of our lives, and we were just watching, and we were amazed. Just in a half of hour, they were like glowing and opened, and they smelled very, very beautifully. And I think this is proof that when we create this gas and put our intentions and our love into it, it gains more power. And this power is transmitted to everyone. And I think among all of these ingredients we put into gases, we might put some intentions of or sparks of creativity, because we now can do all sorts of things for people. And I'm glad that I'm here with you, because I can hear people haven't lost their souls, and they are very, very creative, and they want to do something for this world. And I think our creativity can bring some changes into the next years on our planet, because we see the roads are full with cars. We don't have anywhere to go because of the cars are being parked on the I don't know what's called. We don't have where to go. So if we have levitating cars, let's say, or we have different transport, which is more friendly to us and more safer, I think that this will be an improvement. If we bring our imagination in building houses, more friendly houses, more safer place to live in, to improve our educational systems, to improve our health, agriculture. When I say health, I say hospitals and way of treating people. I think we can build these devices. We can come up with different ideas on how to build some, let's say, machines or chairs with different designs and everything, because we have all we need to bring this. We just need some courage and a bit of imagination and creativity to come forward. Maybe the world as it's now, let's say, as the system, how it works now. There's institutions that are responding to governments, and governments responding to, let's say, other entities which are not, cases in our favor. They don't work in our favor. They just need new, let's say, clients for the pharmaceutical industry. And if we manage to have this institution to work for us and not against us, in those cases, I think our world will be pretty much changed. And I touched a lot of subjects. I think you all could get something from it.
We are already in the changing process, that's for sure. And as Mr. Keshe has announced, we are already progressing in all these different levels to tackle and to remove what is harmful for us. Because I think, sorry to bring it forward, but maybe it might be a wake-up call. And this is not to put fear, no way, but to remind you of something which Mr. Keshe brought in his public teaching on a Thursday morning, when he brought Japan on the table. When the first anniversary came with Japan, he said they have a different agenda. They have acknowledged that the knowledge pardon, will bring and will be working in the benefit of humanity. Maybe a lot of knowledge seekers have missed the point, what he added to it. He said they have a different agenda. They want to depopulate this planet because they think we're going to become with too many. That the resources will not be available. That this will be and this will be. And they want to keep that freedom to their disposition as they are the rulers of this planet, or they even have the right to take that kind of position of power. This is why this blueprint today is here, already for so many days, to bring the change that every single soul that has the right to be born on this planet has the right to have a position, has the right in freedom to have everything it needs to be a happy soul. This is what they understood, and they haven't accepted it. That they don't need to live in fear, that they will not have enough, and that they will want to carry on with the structure they were building. They're trying to maneuver in every single level and every single form for humanity to expand as beautiful souls, and don't even have the right to be born and emerge on this planet. When Mr. Keshe said, this is a nursery station, so every soul and the more souls which are coming and emerging on this planet are more than welcome and needed for the balance of the universe. So what the heck are they trying to play? Maybe none of you stood even still, but I did. I have a very funny problem because I always listen to what is said. Somehow I understand every single word in the context is being said, and it doesn't go over my head. And somehow, somewhere it gets registered. And now today, it just pops out of my mouth. Something just brings it back because you brought these topics up. It triggered a memory that they are planning to depopulate a nursery of the universe, a nursery of beauty, a nursery of beautiful souls, beautiful creations. They want to put a restriction on it. That is not possible. They can forget about it because you can't stop life. You can't stop creation. Have they been able to stop the other planets and other universes and galaxies to emerge, to create, to come to full blossom of their own creation? Do they have a say in their logbooks how much you can produce about something? I don't think so. Now, maybe you will come to understand why we have a universal teacher among us who has that freedom. When you realize this is our freedom key, but in the right position, not on and in what we see around us, not to become an example of what they have tried to show us to follow. They blinded us, they diverted us, they misguided us, they misinformed us, they restrain us. We are more than aware of this. Because you bring it forward in every step, you can feel the pain. You're trying to bring forward. We are suffering from this. We are suffering from that. We are suffering from vaccinations. We are suffering from this. We are suffering from injustice. But you never stood still. Why is this all in place? It is in place because a few are thinking that they can restrict the abundance of creation. They are thinking that they have the right and the power to restrict the source of creation. No way. I'm sorry. It's not working that way. It cannot be. Because the universe will lose so many beautiful souls, and every soul is so important because it's an energy. It feeds the whole galaxies. It needs you all, every single one of you, to recreate, to become something new in a different platform. This is what this teaching has all been about with Mr. Keshe. He's explained your journey. He's explained with what and how you can become creators and what your destiny is to become a new planet, a new life form, a new source of whatever you decide what you want to be as a creator. This is just a physical station because this is where souls are created. So you don't go and slaughter a nursery, do you? Now maybe you will come to understand why Mr. Keshe has emerged here. With what he is carrying today, no way no way they can stop. There's abundance of flourishing, beautiful souls. If you go back to the teaching after the death of Fabio, he explained very clearly how they and where they have been misguiding humanity. Go back to that teaching, please. Do not misinterpret the hand signs of the Universal Council language or Universal Community language that you need to learn as a soul, because it tells a lot. All the information is in those few sentences which are next to those pictures. Learn them by heart. That's your conduct as a soul through your humanity, through your physical vessel. You apply that language wherever you're going to go, even on planet Earth. You will always be in respect of any other creature. You can't go wrong. They have molded and disformed. You can see it in the pictures, even in the last G20. People even made it a very funny thing to be very careful with glue. Now, if you go back to the intent, what they were trying to massacre here on this planet, and now you connect it to this beautiful teacher, now you understand why he emerged among all of us. Because we are treasured right across the universes and the galaxies. Because we are a creation system of new souls. We are a creation system of beauties. But now we are receiving at the same time, because we are diverting the path through the true sense of what we are created for and why this nursing system of souls is here. The whole universe, the whole galaxy, the whole community, they're all present. The ones which were in Dubai know, they've seen them. They welcomed us because we stepped on a platform of change, of evolution. We have elevated our souls because we walked on that platform to start the councils. The councils carry one message: to bring balance on this planet in its full beauty, to express the color blue, which is love. They are here, they are present, they are among us, they are supporting. We open the doors through our wishes. We are manifesting the reality of a true nursery from the galaxies, the universes, because they need those, they need us new souls to come and recreate and expand. If we are not born, we can't exist, then everything will cease to exist. Now you understand the importance why you're here, the beauty you are. It is in the teachings. He explains it every day. In every teaching, he is expanding for you to come to understand who you are, what you are. I brought it back in my first or my second teaching. I said, you are so important. You are so beautiful. You have such a beautiful journey in front of you. You are a creator. You just need to come to understand how you can create, where you can create. But you're in a training phase. We are infants, or babies don't start walking when they're just born, do they? As we are a nursery, they even wanted to stop us being a nursery because they want to decide how many. Energy is in full abundance. They nourish and they treasure every single inch what is called energy, because it's a light. They cannot discolor it. They cannot stop it from shining. They cannot stop it from emerging, because this is what this whole creation is about. Creating, recreating, supporting, giving, sustaining, recreating. This is how this whole, whatever is existing from the source, you cannot change a single grain in God's creation. And God's creation is all of you. So if you cannot take one grain of sand, because you will change the image of the creation of the source, of the intent of the totality, which is including all your souls, that means you can't steal. So don't pick up this grain of sand, which is not yours, because you will change the image and then the whole beach is changing. So keep all your grains of sand in the right place where they're supposed to be. That's why these teachings are going higher and higher and higher. because the protection has arrived for this nursery to keep on creating beautiful lights. They need guidance, they need development, they need taking care of, but they are doing it with love and care. Now, if you come to understand to nourish every single soul which is getting born in all its respect of its beauty, these are our wishes which we are creating every day. And more and more precious wishes are coming from different parts and different, because you're bringing the needs on the table, so we create the wish for it to be changed. All of us. We just form the words, but you're creating it by saying, I am present. Nobody has the right to change. If you want to call it God, I'm more than welcome to use the word God. If you want to call it creation, no problem. If you want to call it source, I have no problem. If you want to call it universe, I have no problem. We are creators. You can't change the image of its creating. They wanted to reduce a nursery producing beauty. I can't imagine. It is not allowed. Because the whole purpose of the source, creation, whatever you name it, is there to operate, to become abundant in more and more and more. Because there is no end on expansion. There are no limits. You have the ability to become a new planet like Earth. Now, can you realize you, as a single soul, can become a full planetary system with all the abundance which Mother Earth has been providing us? That's you. And they want to contain it. They want to reduce it. They want to eliminate it. Excuse me. Now you come to understand how beautiful you are, why you're nourishing each other, because you all felt the danger, something is really, really, really wrong. Now go back to the teachings, he explains it to you. Your importance of existing, creating more souls, emerging more souls. You are protected. You are guided. Now it's time to grow up. Now it's time to take it on your shoulders to create the abundance of infinity for wherever you're going to travel. They're not going to shut down this nursery, are they? I don't think so. We have so much more to learn. We have so much more to give. We have so much more to create and to be grateful for. Does anybody from you remember the thing when he said, or a different topic? Or can you add to this? What do you think, how we will develop, or where we are going in our journey? How did you, or how do you feel? Can you come and share it with us, please?
Intention shapes your words. Words are a breath, which being shaped by your physicality, your throat, shapes it all out. When you look at it into the microscopic level, your every moment is being detected by the science, today's science, as a muscle reflection, like it's pumping. Our intentions reflected by our physicality. If you would like to, what I'm saying by intentions is our soul. I mean, we came to this point, haven't we? Is reflected by it, and your words comes out of your throat by an effect of your soul's reflection by your intention from your physicality. It's like a mirror, as Mrs. Keshe said. Look at a mirror. That's what it is. That's what you look at into a loop of interaction all the time. That's just what we do, really, won't we? Is that what we're not doing? I don't know. Have we not came to this understanding? Wake up, just do the loop. We're doing it, aren't we? Every time, simultaneously doing the same thing within the moment by moment that we create this reality before ourselves. It is just, it makes it some kind of, when you come to a point, you play with your toys, and it comes to a point where you get bored, and then you understand it's your illusion. It's like, okay, where was I? Like, it's like, it's a deep stop point. That's what happens. We're playing with our toys. It has come to a point where we really need to stop and continue. Is the intuition, isn't it? Is it not? It's the intuition is really teasing at the moment, because of our knowledge. Knowledge came to a point with Keshe Foundation, with our living. Everything is combined. It's not just foundation. It's every one of us has our own gathering. It's inevitable up until to a point. What is inevitable actually is that we're in the segment of the understanding that is going to grow. That's what we have to take the rope from now on, to be able to just pull it, really, and we're here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else?
Allow me to mention one thing I forgot.
Yes.
I have tried to figure out why I only got limited heat in my house. We got the explanation about putting the ganses, and we got the explanation about putting nano-coated plates. But I don't think it's the full story. In my understanding, when we harvest energy, and heating the house is a form of harvesting energy, this happens because we have interactions between fields. And in my understanding, in order to harvest energy, usable energy, you need, in one situation, at least what I understand, you need a static field and you need a dynamic field. in the MACRAV, you have the 3 balls with different materials in them, and it creates a gradient, and the gradient is the cause of the field of the balls. You put the balls in the center of the MACRAV coils, so the environment for the MACRAV coils is the static field. Then when you connect your MACRAV to the grid, you add the AC voltage to it, and it's around plus minus 330, 40 volts. And together with the ganses and the nano coating on the coils, you get a dynamic field. This dynamic field generates polarization, and from this polarization, you generate extra plasma. And by converting in the plasma capacitors, you get usable energy for your house. When you are a newbie to this and you have never had a MACRAV, you don't have the fields of the MACRAV in your house. And if you listen to the teachings, put the GANS back in your room and 2 nano-coated plates, you will experience a little, but not sufficient to heat the house because the fields are too weak and the amount of energy you can harvest is too little. The lady I learned from, she had previously made MACRAVs. So I think that her apartment has been impregnated with the fields from the MACRAV. So when she added these plates, it was just a minor addition. What was really working there was all the campus having a very strong static field and the fields from the MACRAVs that has been there, plus the ones that was there not connected. In all my trouble to find out why I didn't get heat and there was heat other places, I have been thinking a lot about this. And as soon as I got this assembled MACRAV that I brought home from Africa and I assembled it here, as soon as I got that working, the temperature was there. So it is a matter of how strong the fields are. Because if in my mind, it's very logical that if you have weak fields, you harvest little energy. If you have strong fields, you harvest much more. So for all of you who want to heat your house with this, you have to make the ganses, you have to make the GANS water, you have to position the GANS in your rooms as you should, and it has to be orientated according to the magnetic field of the Earth to get the best results. And you have to add the MACRAV in order to get the stronger dynamic fields. Then you obtain the interaction between the static fields in the rooms and the MACRAV. And it's surprising how strong the field is from the MACRAV, even though it has a lot of hertz in the nano coating and not perfect yet, that it can reach from one end of the house to the other, that the cellar floor
MACRAV unit has no polarity.
MACRAV
unit has no minus and plus. MACRAV unit initiates itself within its understanding from its observational point of the person who interacts with it. What you are expressing your interaction means your understanding of all. Your interaction is unique. Every person's interaction with MACRAV is unique. There are no polarities. There are no minus and pluses where we come to understand. Am I talking?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
But yes, I think you have to understand when I talk about polarity, this is created from the alternating voltage you put to it. I've worked with this for many years without nanocoding.
Mhm.
And this is not Ohm's law or something like that.
Yes,
But
sir.
there are scientific papers on this also. And
Well, yeah, I know those.
I don't. Maybe I should not speak about this in this forum. But the key point, in my understanding, is that you have a static field and a dynamic field, and the interaction between those two fields.
What we're talking about is the third state, or the within the understanding of today's physics. When it's been nano-coded, it leaves this earth. It goes on to a state where it is, I say it's the fourth. It's not the name that gives the state of it, it's the gap that it's being created by the interaction of the extensive heat creates that space. Once that we need to understand our ashes better, carbon. We need to understand our essence of our creations, mud and water and the other materials that all combined. And never mind about them, we're on a different level right now, and we're on a space in between the fourth matter. That's all I can say. And we're moving on towards the fifth one, to the plasma state, where with Mrs. Caroline Keshe's all those understanding and telling this all towards that mission, all towards that. I'm sorry, winding polarity. Where are we now? I want to understand.
Yes,
what physics are we talking about? Where have we arrived? And material side of it is an essence of, when you look at it from the eyes of at least pretend to look at it from the other side. When you see it, it makes it all absolute. I don't know what is.
I think, with all respect, I think we misunderstand each other a bit, because communication is difficult. Communication is what we say, the gestures, the intonation, the emotions, and the previous knowledge. When I talk about fields, I don't talk about electric fields. I talk about the plasma. That's one thing. And
One thing I
also one more thing. I also describe myself as a newbie, but as soon as I get some working devices, I start measuring them, because I also want to put a little bit of new things into the knowledge, because I want to measure and understand more. And it can be measured, I'm sure, because there will always be an interaction between the plasma and the ordinary electrons. It cannot bypass completely. You can make something that can react to it, I'm sure, and I will try. In many discussions, I have met this, that people accuse me of thinking fully traditional, but I haven't done that for 10 years. I have learned a lot about ordinary electronics, ordinary radio waves, and ordinary emissions. But I think I have lifted myself above that now. But the problem is that all the equipment we have so far is working in the ordinary known world. What we need is methods to measure the plasma, in order to be able to measure what we create, in order should make some other creations, compare them, and improve them.
Well, that's so simple. Method comes under the each individual's atmospheric conditions. That is unique. That condition is belong absolutely and wonderfully just to you. But the totality of the understanding is general that collapses everyone. That's your own unique formula we're talking about. That's that where you're living is your own um, serenade. That's your own beauty. That's your own creation is unique because you're an individual. Are we all robots, or how can we create a formula? Are we all robots? It's
No,
impossible. No
no,
way. We are all individuals. So therefore, all the system collapses because of it. That's what we're trying to do. We're all individuals. We're trying to bring down the understanding to individual affection, love. What is the combination with all that? What we can just within your little community is being able to create this. Am I talking to a wall? I don't know. Am I talking to a crowd? I don't know. I'm just talking from my heart. Whoever guesses, I'm not against anybody, but just to bursting it out of the, it's just, I can't say I don't love you, man. I just so love you because you let me talk. You let me talk like that. Do you know what I mean? This is the interaction that we're having, and whatever you say, I am so loving it, so that you're allowing me with my understanding. I can give you an answer, and that is the understanding. That's why I understand. Am I wrong? I don't know. But what you're talking about is me. Actually, you're talking about me.
The
And
beautiful thing is that this gentleman, the I cannot pronounce your name because I can't read it. I think you want to combine the two in expressing thinking in the two different states in the plasma, but trying to come and bring it in the communication for the ones which are not aware of the plasma fields, to try to bring it into a tangible explanation that you at least can manifest what this whole topic is doing, what you are sensing, what you can see, what you can register. You're trying very hard to find a way how to express it in the matter state, that you can visualize it and bring it in a visual point that people can come to understand. But you're correct in what you have explained. You need to create that it can start moving. That's the dynamic. If you don't, the doctors are explaining it very simple. If they start talking about explanation about anything, but on medical level, they always say you position 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 or 3-to-2, because you need to create the dynamic of the fields. And I think that is what you exactly wanted to express into your MAGRAPH system, which is so dear to your heart because you have been working in that environment. So you're really on a quest to combine the two, which are so different, and try to find a way to express it that in the matter state, the people which are still in these fields, that they can at least connect of a point of understanding. But you are correct that you need to create the dynamic, otherwise it will not work. That's why you need to connect the magras to a fridge, because there is a pulse in there which makes it to move. It's like a heartbeat. If you can't find a heartbeat in your magras system, it won't work. That's another thing. That's why the advices came out when you connect your magras, connect the first thing in the first block to your fridge, because your fridge has a thermostat. That thermostat switches on every time the temperature is not cool enough in your fridge. So it gives a pulse. So you create a heartbeat of feeding. Your physicality is also keep on going through a heartbeat. So it has to have a pulse. The pulse has been very well explained by Mr. Keshe in the sequence how it works. Your MAGRAF is no different. You cannot activate something without giving it a pulse of life. But your first pulse is your intent. And then it can start exploring what you want, how you want it, and then it can see in the state you created what pulse it's going to give you feedback. You're a cheeky one, you're a naughty one, you're a very energetic one. So it will nano coach your house in a minimum of time. You're a patient, more quiet person. Your house will go most probably very calm nano coating process. So it reflects the creator. It reflects the intent. It reflects what you're going to give it because it's a give and take. It has received life from you, but it needs a kickstart point for it to feed you back. So it's a give and take. As it was explained through the motions, now you have to learn how to fill up your own cup to get kick-started to become a beautiful walking MAGRAF system, or whatever you want to call it. But you're not feeding your own soul for it to grow. MAGRAFs are working on the same level. Star formations are working on the same level. If you can understand the interaction of how, it should be very easy for people to come to understand how they can kickstart the MAGRAFs from today. How to surround them with the love and the care. By you giving, they will return the gift. That's the purpose of this whole energy. You always receive it, create it from somewhere to come back to give it back in its generosity. Now, how generous are you? How generous are you in your giving to create? Because now it's relying back on you. How generous are you towards your own soul? This is what Mr. Keshe was trying to teach. First give to learn how to receive, for then in exchange to give more. That's how you increase your fields. That's how you expand your fields. And it is beautiful, the different paths you're walking of thinking and trying to analyze and trying to position yourself. Keep on going, because none is wrong, as Mr. Keshe said. It's just what path are you walking for you to create your reality. Keep on feeding it in the correct way. Nobody is misunderstanding nobody. It's just an addition to a gift, which has changed the polarity to bring something else.
I fully agree, Caroline. And we all have to recognize that this technology is the totality of life and creation. And considering the complexity of this, maybe not in the basic principle, but in the ways we can use this for the benefit of this planet and its inhabitants, there are so many angles to it. And I'm in the lucky position to have equipment so I can measure. And along the way, I create more things that works the Keshe way. I will try to quantify it in a way. And I think it's the right thing to do because we need other means to get more people involved in this. Just think of the teaching the other day where you could illustrate this water is not ordinary by a pH meter. That convinced people. Or the pH paper. This is just ordinary water. How can it change the pH value so much and not even being in contact with it? And I think the same is for the macrograph and a lot of other inventions. And by studying this thoroughly and understanding the principles behind it, we can create more things. But of course, as a newbie, I cannot keep up with the cadence that Mr. Keshe put out new things. But I should not be paralyzed by that. I have to work with this to increase my understanding and maybe come into a position that I one day can create a new thing to the benefit of some. That's the purpose I do. And I think it's the right way to do it because there's so many people in need.
That's why the diversity has to be there, that Mr. Keshe was very explicit. He really repeated this quite a few times. He says, do not become monkey see, monkey do. That's the most important thing, because otherwise we can just become a photocopy machine, and we are not. Each one is adding its own flavor. And please don't call yourself a newbie, because you are more than understanding. You're more than capable of what you already have achieved in such a short time of understanding and working, creating. And you know something? That even is relevant, because you expressed the most beautiful thing, which was, I'll teach people. My intent is to give more knowledge out. And that makes you unique in who you are and what you are, and you will achieve it because you work with your heart, because you found the combination between what you really loved to do and you saw the need and the importance of it, and now you're expressing it into your wish, and you're creating a new path, and it cannot be more beautiful. So please don't call yourself a newie. You're going to touch a lot of newies, but you're no longer a newie, because you're working with the full ethos of the intent.
Everything is relative, Caroline. I wish I had the knowledge of my friend in Africa, but I don't. But I have other things, and that's the beauty of it. Because there was a Danish businessman that said, "It's amazing what people can do, especially in teams." And I also heard Mr. Keshe mention this to the Chinese, and I can repeat it. If you try to be an expert in everything, regarded as a group, you will not progress as fast as if you make some common training to get the grasp, not very detailed, but the big picture of the technology, and then you specialize into separate areas in order to obtain a common goal. This is the way that will generate a faster progress for everyone. And he mentioned this to the Chinese, and I fully agree. This is the way to do it.
Thank you for sharing, sir. And thank you for bringing more light onto the magraphs, because they're such a beautiful beings and such a beautiful creations. And now, if you even spray your windows with CO, especially for wintertime, on the outside with CO water, Gans water, and you wash your house, you know, when you do your cleaning up, normal daily cleaning, washing with water, add CH3 and CO2 and zinc to your washing water. Put it in your washing machine. Put it in your bucket when you're going to start cleaning. Spray your walls and spray your windows inside and outside. The outside with CO because they definitely will not freeze. And on the inside with CO2. You're creating a field which will stabilize more and will generate more warmth in the house. And it will keep it stable. Because your nano-coated plates, which are hanging in front of your windows, now will interact with all the rest and you create the fields. I positioned in each corner of the house the 4 ganses in bottles on each level. And if I can, I even cover each room. So you, by just putting them in position, you create the fields. When you wash your clothes, start adding Gans waters in your washing machine before you start. Because you baptize, you immerse your clothing with the fields. You become walking sun shines because the fields are covering you. You can never receive too much because you are only going to receive what you need because it's a balancing process. And they're there only to serve. So whoever you touch or whoever comes in touch with taking your arm or shaking your hand, you are already passing on the information of connection. A lot of people don't stand still. Paul in Togo brought it forward. Washing, drinking, inhaling, cleaning, to bring them each level of your existence in your physicality to emerge or submerge it with the fields. That each part can take its fields in proportion what it needs to rebalance itself. So it is that simple. But it's a matter of finding the application. When you start spraying your gardens before winter, your plants will not suffer from frost, especially not when you're using CO2. If you use CO, you will have not animal life because they don't enjoy those fields. They don't like it. If you have trees or plants or grass which are suffering, even through the heat of the sun, when it's cool at night, go and water them with your ganses, especially CH3 water. You're feeding them that they can take the energy what they're short of. They will rebalance themselves. A fruit tree, if it doesn't bear its fruits anymore and it starts suffering, even old apple trees, just give them a patch of CH3 or give them the water around the roots. You will see them changing. They're just short of energy. They can't produce or whatever because of their age or the conditions which are not good. You rebalance everything around you. It is amazing what you can balance just by making the step to take time to spend 5 or 10 minutes in your garden. Make sure your neighbor receives some of your Gans waters in his garden, that he can enjoy his garden. Although maybe you don't even talk about the Keshe Foundation or the knowledge. But let them enjoy the beauty what they will give. Try when you go to farmers to leave water somewhere behind, that the farm can breathe and regenerate new energy, because the fields you leave behind, it gets absorbed by its environment. But if you don't place them there, they cannot be used. Go and talk and explain to farmers, say you want a better crop, you want to start earlier with your harvest, soak your seeds for, let's say, 10 minutes, or go to the agriculture site, ask them how long the seeds needs to be soaked For what effect? He can start harvesting earlier because his plants will not freeze. He will have a quadruple or double harvest in potential because a lot of farmers are suffering. Go wherever, open your eyes, see what is around you, and see where you can start working and functioning by reaching and giving it a hand of gift. You don't need to be scared if they say no. That means they're not ready. But that doesn't mean I can use your bathroom, sir. Yes. So pour some gas water in the sink, and through the toilet, his whole farm will change. You give a gift, you leave it behind with your intent not to force, but as a gift. You can bring so much change in very simple ways by just touching. It doesn't need to be complicated.
You are right, Caroline. It is amazing how much knowledge you have given today. May I also add that some months ago I promised to try to get Keshe Foundation farming technology into Danish television via this young farmer that has a very high viewer number on the Danish national TV, but unfortunately he wouldn't use it. He said, "No, I don't want to use that." And I was feeling a bit sorry for him because he doesn't know what he will miss.
Did you, before you approached him, I will tell you a secret.
I did not approach him personally. I used a friend in contact because when you get famous and you have maybe 25% of the population watching your programs, you get so many phone calls, emails, people coming to your house, so you keep distance. So in order to reach him at all, I used a friend who had been in contact with him earlier on. And I was not aware what you tell now that the friend, but he also only contacted per phone. He wasn't there physically.
Okay, now I'm going to give you a gift. Maybe you can do it again, but now you will look at it from a totally different platform or position. You can reposition yourself with this person just by the simple meaning you sent the wish before you're going to contact him in full honesty for what purpose you want it to be served, for in connection how many people it will benefit, for him to open the door of his program, for the knowledge to be able to emerge from his status or position. Because you've got to create the path before you reach it. So when you walk the path in thoughts before and you create as a wish, the doors will open up automatically because you are creating, you pay it forward by already giving him all the information for what he can create with it as a gift from you through the knowledge, what you're going to hand over to him, which will benefit how many farmers, how many people will start eating healthy food, nourished food, which are really nourishing the physicality and the soul, because they've been coming in touch with the ganses from the seed point of view. Now, you can open any door. There will be no more doors closed for nothing what you want to achieve. Because we come back to the point, you are the creator, you just need to know and understand how to create your path, what you want to walk. This is how you open the doors on your path, because you're the creator. You are in charge of your environment, the direction you want. You just need to know and learn how to open these doors. I just given you the key. You can open any door at any platform, at any level, at your wish. That's why a lot of knowledge seekers and a lot of people in public sometimes gets offended the way Mr. Keshe talks from such a confidence. Because as he speaks, he creates it, he confirms it, and it's a done deal. And a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people think this is arrogance. No way. He is the creator in his position, and he creates what needs to be served for what purpose, and he paves the path. That's what we are learning. That's why we are here together, conversing, exchanging, and emotions go up and down, and knowledge is coming and flowing. And that's what I said this morning. I said, people, if you step forward, we will jump from one platform to another, and the knowledge will just keep on locking, and you will just be receiving continuously. Because why? Because you bring the gift of the question, of the curiosity, of what you need as a gift for it. Because you're a knowledge seeker and you already have given so much for that, what you need for the purpose that it can serve you back as a gift, you're receiving. If you understand this platform of how we are continuously elevating every day, and believe me, Rick can confirm, we know the difference of when we had a teaching and how it went at the end of the day. We sense it through our bones because of our experience. So when I encourage you to come forward, you share, I share, this one shares, that one comes. We synchronize. We are tuning in each other's fields. For whatever field is a little bit short, it gets tipped up, it gets filled up, it gets exchanged, it gets given. It's a continuous feedback of giving. Sir, you can open the world. You have no limits in your creation, in your wish of what you want to achieve and where you want it at the place of point of receiving. Because it leaves you from the point of giving to create more as a gift to so many or more, to be as a benefit in each level you can even imagine. Now go back to the Ganses, what they do. If you can impregnate or soak a seed, a single seed, let's say grain, it produces how many grains? I don't know, 20, 30? That one single seed is multiplying. It's the same way as pay it forward. It's the same technique if you understand it better. Now, with your generating of this kind of wishes, which door will stay locked for you? I don't think a single door will stay locked. Your potential has no more end because it serves its giving. When you come to understand the point where and how you give, you automatically should start going in a gear which is speeding up beyond. But you always have to be fair, just, and correct. In the measurement of your creation, it has to stay in balance to serve where, to give where. When you get to understand this key, you have the key of everything. You have the key of the universe, you have the key to the galaxies, you have the key to everything. Nothing can limit you down to be restricted in no field. Because you start the point, as Mr. Keshe says, giving. By giving, you receive more. So you multiply. Now, if you reposition yourself in your fields with your intent, which maybe you didn't understand how to do, I just given you the key how to unlock that beautiful guy who is giving such a beautiful presentation, who's touching so many farmers and so much people in public. He is going to become, through your intent, a true server of humanity and full of knowledge. Because you're going to be able to serve it to him on a golden plate, as we say. Because it carries all the ingredients of your heart, your intent, and your wish. So what is holding you all back to make your wishes?
Yeah, as I said previously, the only limit you have is the limit you create in your own head.
Now you're receiving all the keys.
Yes.
There's no more holding back.
I will do a new attempt, but I think this time I have to do it myself. I have to find a way to meet him personally.
First, create your path. Give it time to, in the field, to be able to manifest with your energy, your wish. And then somehow, usually these people come across your path without you even believing it. A door opens up because you have created the door to open up. That's how it works. You open your own doors of your creation, if you understand.
Yes.
I tried to bring it as an example in the last few days. You know, when I start talking about pay it forward, I stayed up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. This movie just out of nowhere just popped up in front of me. And when I saw the title, Pay It Forward, I thought this is a very awkward title for a movie. I said, I will take my time, 10 minutes to see what it's about. When the movie started, it started in the classroom. So I had straight away the ignition key of what this was all about. I said, I'm going to stay up. I'm not going to go to sleep because this is something I need to see or I need to receive. So it appeared in front of me, and I don't watch movies, I don't watch television, I don't watch news, but the television was still on because my computer screen was connected through the teaching. And after the teaching, the screen was still on, so I was flicking it, trying to switch it off, but it switched on to a program which apparently was a film station. It just gives films one after another. And that one particular just emerged when I was actually making everything to close down to go to bed. I watched the movie, it was not a short one. So it ended up me going to sleep 4 o'clock in the morning. And as I was going to bed, this whole movie just was going through my head back and forth with all the details, whatever I could, grasp the truth of it and the intent which was behind it. I said, this will be a beautiful opening for a start of the teaching of Blueprint. And that's why I'm bringing it back today. Every time, because, I have no script I'm reading of. I do not think what I'm going to bring tomorrow. I never read through in my head what I'm going to speak about. I don't. Because if I allow myself to going it through my head, by tomorrow it's gone. I don't even remember what I have conversed with myself because it's gone. So I have learned not to be busy with anything to do with teaching or when I have to speak. I let my soul to speak. So it's not me, but it's using my physicality to express. That's the simplest way I can express myself. So I never need a paper. I never take notes. I never create a concept what I'm going to say, how I'm going to say, when I'm going to say. I even have hard times that I sometimes in the background say, please remind me, I would love to bring that topic up because something important about, but I don't know the full content of it. And the funny thing is that in my first teaching, when the rescheduling of the teachings came about, that I did my first teaching, I allowed people to come and ask me questions. And the first question that came on the table, I said, my God, how is this possible? It was a learning path for me too, because they asked exactly what I saw or noticed the day before. As I brought this title of this movie, Pay It Forward, I saw it the night before, the next day it was in the teaching, and it suddenly somehow it was so important for it to be shared. What you need will come. Your soul brings it on your path. Just trust it. It will never abandon you. It will never leave you in the dark if you're there to connect, to listen, to, how can I say it, to be as close to yourself as you can be. So when you create what I was trying to explain, the path will open itself because you will sit down, you will recreate your intent. You're full aware of what you want to. Now you know the keys, the tools to make it complete. Now, even you, addition to your wish that you want to meet that person in person, I'm telling you, you will see the doors opening up. From the minute you have created your wish for it to serve to give, you will see, and I hope you will come back to confirm to us how beautiful your wish has revealed to you your purpose of giving, your intent of giving. Never doubt that it will not be on your path to support you or to guide you. It's there. You just need to learn to look and to listen to it.
And one important thing also is that if you try to do something and you do not succeed the first time, then it's quite necessary to try again if you want to get success. And you are right. This is so important. It is a way to open the eyes for many, because most people, they don't know what a pH meter is, or they don't know what polarization is, even though it's a lot of papers on that. And they position themselves according to what they can experience. And there's a lot of people who love their garden. And if they see the plants growing and flourishing, that will open their eyes. That was the intent behind trying to reach the young farmer, because he is employing old principles of farming, not the green revolution that is designed to steal the soil from the farmers. And
Eric, sorry,
yeah,
Eric. I would say I am present in your wish.
thank you. But I think also we have to recognize that all is an illusion. Our souls, they emit fields, and we have the transparency. We have just been programmed in this society to lose these abilities. And I think it's important that I spent some time in trying to reach his soul, try to open the door, as you say, because I think it's possible. Maybe he will get a dream about someone that can help him or whatever. And I will also try to get some help from my African friend in this, because he's the master of this. And then we hopefully can get it through, because I think if If this succeeds, then the program is viewed in Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, very high viewer numbers. So that could be an opening. One thing I have experienced is that the control system arms like a, what is it called, this octopus. It goes far down from top of society into the farm unions. When you go there, I know a highly educated man who is a consultant in the farming industry, and he says this is so conservative, and if you have something new, it's impossible. And that is because the control is so complete. And it's a saddening thing. And I think that the young farmer could break this a bit. So this is my wish to do also. I have to spend some days to get to him and see what I can do. But I think I have a little bit of meditation and wish in order to get to that point, because there's too many people trying to contact him. I must do something special. But thank you, Caroline. You have told so much today, given so much.
You will find your path. Don't make it complicated. Just create your wish that on time they will receive, the farmers, the right knowledge. And then the path will unfold itself, because they are suffering through restrictions. Also, one very important thing, which maybe I hope I can pass on to you when you get to that point, reaching this person, you can reverse a lot of problems with the animals on the farms, with the milk and the manure. Go into our agriculture department, go through the veterinarian department. You can even go and reach the animals, the environment, and even the humanity again, which will not suffer from the suffering from the animals. That is a very, very important thing, not only to look at the harvest, but the complete complexity of farming. And that will be a beautiful wish from me, to release the animals from this burden of this whatever. It's not just. It is not just, it's not correct. If you can add this to your wish and include the wisdom with it when you start talking about the knowledge, he will reach a lot of people and a lot of farmers, which can change their way of whatever they've been taught and then been put on the wrong path can be changed. Most probably you might be one of the first ones which will touch this topic and make the change. And whoever is a farmer in the background present in this presentation, you have the keys to reverse the problems. Talk to other knowledge seekers to find the right solutions. Not only you're gonna remove the suffering and the pain from the farmers, the land, the harvest, but also from the animals, the environment, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. May I mention that the young farmer, he treats his animal very well. The animals on his farm, they live a good life. And I think it has been a big impact. You see, because the supermarkets and the factories, they picked this up very fast. They write on the eggs from hens walking freely around and whatever. They write about the good life of the animals on the products. So they picked it up, and it's a slow process, but I think it will eventually stop the big factories of food, the very bad thing. They have
How many people go to the market? Sorry, I interrupt you. How many people are going to the market on Friday mornings, Saturday mornings? How many people go to the markets? Now, all those people, especially when they're bringing and delivering vegetables and fruits, especially summertime, they try to keep them as long preserved as possible. Now, if you hand them a bottle with Gans water in a spray bottle and ask them to test when they just spray because they only see water, don't give them no explanation. Just ask them if they want to do a test for you. Even you being just a buyer, just give them a small bottle with Gans water and ask them to spray their vegetables, their greens, whatever. And to bring back confirmation the week after, you can find them on the same spot again and see and say that they even use it on their other ones, which have to wait before they can go to the other market, the stock, to spray it and see how long they will prolong the preservation of their fruits in a good state. So they're reducing that they don't need to throw away. The vegetables and fruits, whatever they spray or you're going to use it on it, will reach so many other people. So you create a new chain of getting people in touch with the fields of the Ganses, not only by pouring them in the waters and in the seas and the rivers and the fountains and through the sink and the toilets and the plants and your gardens and the medical. Just hand them over with no charge. Just ask them, we are running a test. We would like to find out. Could you please confirm and just apply it, please? And the farmers, don't give them the full explanation. Just ask them to soak a few of the seeds in water before they plant them and ask them to keep an eye on it or to plant them separate. Go to bio gardens, people which still try to work on a clean or a cleaner environment. Go out, give your bottles out, your spray bottles with Ganses. Let them try and see for themselves. You don't need no convincing nobody. You don't need to go and pull above your energy to try to make them to understand something they don't have no idea. The process of explaining is too much. You will start explaining and they will start coming on board once they see with their own eyes, which you are trying to do with your magraphs, to give people an idea in the materialistic position how a magraph can produce and where it shows this energy point. Now, I've given you so many other different levels of platform where you just get the proof with no effort, no material, just visually. It's there, just apply it. You change the farmer's life, you change the one who comes and sells his vegetables and his fruits. And then when you have family, just ask them to put a small bottle in their fridge to see if they can preserve their food longer. These all are tiny, little, tiny things which you bring them in contact with something they're not aware of without much explanation, without you looking, you're coming from another planet. Because a lot of knowledge seekers came forward continuously complaining, my God, you know something? They don't want to listen to me. They don't even want me to talk about it. I said, give it for free. Them go through the process, that they witness the change, then they will come back. The giving to receive back what you wanted originally to achieve. Then the pleasure will be there of open sharing. Or somebody complaining about arthritis, just don't even explain, say, I got this and I don't know, could you try it for me, please? You'll see, they're gonna come back and say, my God, what is this? Can I have one more? Because I know somebody who's suffering from arthritis too. Or I know somebody who's suffering from whatever. Then your paths will find their way and pave the path for you in such a beautiful, easy way.
A few days ago, my neighbor reported that the pads I made for his bad knee is beginning to work. He was happy because he had pain from his knee. There's some chronic state of his knee he has had for years, but things that has lasted for a long time takes more time to heal. But he reports that now he has less pain and he's very happy. Says I sleep with it almost every night, and I have given it for free, like many other things. And I think you are completely right when you say that when you give, you receive more, because people are very happy when you can give them something and it can reduce their pain or help them in other ways. It's a way forward. That's the thing that is wrong with this society. The scarcity has been created. Everything put in small portions, and you have to pay for everything. And it has changed people to be greedy and only thinking about money. And in this way, we all get more poor, every one of us. By giving, we become rich.
Because they have changed your point of perception. They give you an image of being limited. So you don't look anymore because they give you the correct imprint what you want to think and how you have to think. That's why the rebels are so free. They don't have problems with that. Because they don't let nobody to limit them. That's why you see students always going into protest. They're walking on the fields. But if they would walk united with the understanding and the ethos that should be correct, they would achieve what they came in the first place onto these big, huge protests. I try to explain that through the explanation of meditation in groups or being guided by somebody. I try to explain that when you march, you know, those white marches with these white flags for peace, it has no impact because you got to go and analyze how many true souls are walking there and with what intent and how have they prepared themselves to be there. Or they're talking about the neighbors, or they're talking about somebody who was sick, or they're talking about children. In what true sense are they present in their quest that they're walking for this purpose? That's why it doesn't get realized. That's why it doesn't change, it doesn't move. They are lacking what we're trying to bring in these presentations. You see, there are about how many? 1,000 monks, 2,000 monks or children. They have trained them and trained them to be able to repeat repetitive one prayer. They're sitting on that, all peaceful, all in the same clothes, all with their eyes closed. But the whole problem is they're not unified in one direction. They sit as individuals on that square for what they've been taught, what they've been explained, and the purpose. But they have not appeared, nobody has ever explained to them how to come to this plane and what they have to be aware of, what they're going to bring to wish to give. That's why the teaching explains. That's why I try to get you to stand in front of the mirror. Their cupcakes are not full. They all have their own whatever. They are lacking the 20% energy. They're sitting there and they're getting acknowledged. So they're receiving by the acknowledgement that they are in a big team. They're sitting there, but the whole purpose of the intent gets lost. That's why it's not working. Now, if each child would have been explained to go and stand in front of the mirror, to fill up its cup, and the full explanation to walk and to sit on that plane, to go in one unified wish, the right way, but first being a full cup that it can spill over, then they would have had the effect. Then it would have worked. That's why I came back and said, we already achieved the majority. We are already changing the reality because of the majority. But because we have done it in the right way, because we understood. Once you understand, you know how to apply it. Every one of you who stands up and says, I am present, you are in the full presence of understanding what's going to happen, how you're creating it, and how you're supporting it. That's why it works. That's why you create your real intent of creation. You teach that to the 1,000 souls which goes on that square. Every single child gets debriefed how to do it with the full understanding why they're going to go and sit on that plane and what they can achieve after they have filled up their own cup. Then you will see how magic will happen. Now you come to understand that all these rallies, all these protests, all these, it doesn't work because they didn't understand how to do it. I don't blame them because their intent is okay. But you can't give if your cup is not full. That's why I kept on asking you, go, when you pass the mirror, fill up your cup. Because when you come back here with a smile on your face, sitting in this teaching, in this presentation, when a wish comes up, you're a full cup. So your wish will be as a giving because you have that extra energy to give because you're a happy soul sitting here. That's why it gets created, no more, no less. Because I try to get you full from in the morning before you come in the teaching, that there is enough energy, surplus, that you stay comfortable, you stay in balance because you filled yourself up, and that there is so much to spill over to give to others. That's the working of the gift. Anybody else wants to come and share something? Hello, my beautiful souls.
I think you've struck them all silent. It's hard to follow up on that one.
Can you? Yes, of course you can. Why not? I'm going to be silent for 5 minutes.
I try to keep it very short. Caroline, thank you so much for the many hours of beautiful teaching. And of course, also Mr. Keshe. I'm a long time listener and I hope I can contribute much more. But what I would like to draw the attention is.
Can I have?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Fried. I think Caroline just had her microphone open there. She's muted now.
Okay. I would like to draw the attention to an additional thought. We are connected in unimaginable ways to whoever we met in our present life. We have made a connection, but we can go further. Not only the direct meetings, but also the ones they ever met are connected now with us. So yes, we are connected beyond any possible imagination. And when we have this intent that Caroline helped us to build up, and we stay in the presence of how many people we can reach through our connections that we ever had in our life and they had in their life. We are all everybody knows about this yet. They only don't understand yet that they know about it. We are the world. That is what I wanted to share.
Birds are chirping here in California very early in the morning. Mr. Rick has his own early morning, as well as every Californians on this side. I love you. Thank you so much for sharing everything. It wasn't easy to stay awake all night, but it is a privilege. It's something very special. When I open my eyes, I feel special. I feel that I know a little bit more than I knew last night or yesterday. A little bit. That brings me to the point is I really hear the chirping birds. I love you. Good night.
Is this Tony?
That's Alper from California, Caroline.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello,
Anyone
Carolina.
else?
Hello, this is
Yes.
Klaus too from Austria. Hello, Rick. Hello together.
Hello. You're the tall cloud.
Yes, the second. I stopped my engine. We found a way to show the function of the ganses with a quantum resonance analyzer system from Russian's military force. And it's a cheap system, and we want to show it in the evening on the German side. It's for all of us a very interesting method to show how the ganses works. I make little patches and put it on the meridian points. And we analyze the people before and after, and we see very interesting results. So we can show at first very easy and all to get the ganses and how they work. And it's very interesting. And that is what I want to say. I'm present. I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think Mr. Keshe would like you to make a presentation about this.
Yes,
sure.
I can prepare this. The next day is on the road, but for next week, maybe I can fix this.
Yes, please.
Okay, it's very easy and very nice, and we
He
can.
always enjoy. He is
Uh,
always
it's
enjoying work. So
okay. Yes, das ist einfach. This is. You can show so much about the human being, what is in this state, and how easy it is to change something. Okay, thank you.
I said, Mr. Keshe is always enjoying your beautiful work.
Yes, thank
So
you.
it will be more than welcome to share it with us.
Yes, we can show it on next Thursday or on the private term.
Oh, we will get in
It's no
touch. Don't
problem.
worry. We will get in
Okay,
touch. No worry.
thank you.
Thank you, Klaus.
Good. Bye bye. I'm on the road.
Thank you. That's wonderful news. Sir, you got part of your wish.
Yes, everything is connected. And you know what? I think somebody told me once that if a person or a human here on Earth gets an idea, approximately 1,000 people will pick up the idea at the same time. People who are looking in the same direction. Strange, right?
How can you put this as strange when I just explained to you that it's synchronizing in the fields?
Understand me the right way, Caroline. This is not strange. But you know, with the insights and the knowledge you have, this is natural. But remember, there's a lot of people who think this is nonsense. And to them, it is strange.
Does it stop me?
No,
No.
of course not. Just to understand that not all people are on the same level.
Yes, that's for sure. But this is the beauty that you and me conversing with the ideas, we are affecting them, we are infecting them, because we bring them under our umbrella of understanding. We touch them.
Yes, we do. I think when we emit, when our brains work, when our soul works, we emit fields. And these fields, they hit everything in the universe. Also the many people here has no idea of what Keshe Foundation is and how it can improve their daily life to start learning about it. We
Now
will
I
reach.
will tell you a
It's
secret.
only a matter of time.
I will tell you a secret. Because you keep on reminding me you're new, you're fairly new. Maybe you missed the presentation of Mr. Keshe. That when you, how can I say? We have dispersed the ganses in the waters, seas, rivers. I will even give you another extra tip. When you're on holidays, do not hesitate. When you walk in the sea or the ocean or the river or the lake, a huge mass of water. When you walk in.
Caroline, please let me interrupt you. I lost my internet connection. The last thing I heard was you said, now I want to tell you a secret.
Yes, it's a beautiful secret. If you understand, it is beautiful. I said it before, but yeah, I don't mind repeating it because it's a very beautiful one. And that is when you're all going on holidays because it's the time of, spending time outdoors. Please sleep in your tents as low as Mother Earth can allow you to sleep to become healthy, to recharge. But if you're spending your time on lakes, if you're spending your time on seas or oceans or rivers, when you walk physically in the water, let's say to about knee high, if you can't swim, and you bend forward and you place your two hands as low as you can in the water, you reach the GAN state of the water. That's where the level of the water is in GAN state. Now, you can wish while present, standing in the water with your hands and your feet, or sit down or swim in it. And you materialize the wish in your head for as a gift to humanity, for all on this planet, to express in that wish for the water to receive your intent as a gift, to receive the intent of your wish, which is, I give you an example, to receive my energy of intent to serve humanity, plants, work, life form, animals, every level on this planet, to receive my gift through the water as a gift. For when it evaporates and goes into a different state of condition, when it rains down, to become down like a Gans water, to embrace all on this planet, wherever you will come down again with my wish of blessing, to serve humanity, to serve and embrace animals, plant life, minerals, whatever, for it to be in the benefit for them to receive the elevation of their soul. That's my wish. Now you can imagine when this water goes by the vapor of the heat of the sun, by your body's going in the water, it starts already vaporing because your body temperature is higher than the water. Because you touch the GAN state, the water is already in the CO2 GAN state with whatever other gifts it has. It has the complete, how can we say, soup of everything you wanted to add, which you can't just take out of. It has gold, it has silver, you name it, it is present in the water. So with you creating your wish through the water and it vaporizes and it rains down, it covers the whole planet, huge parts of the planet. Because it's your wish, it will start raining down in the parts where it's most needed. And it will start feeding and creating your wishing process of well-being, of balancing, of peace, of nourishment, because you connected you with your wish and your totality as a pure soul of giving, for it to reach so many more through your gift of wishing.
Thank you, Caroline.
Now I will explain. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Now,
want to say thank you and maybe tell another little secret just very shortly before you continue. And I was shown that when you have the full moon and you have the earth, you can observe interaction between the fields. at the equator, you can see creation of CH3 in the atmosphere, creation of CO2 in the atmosphere, and see the interaction between these two gases create clouds. And when these give the rain, you get a lot of CH3 and CO2 to the plants, and you get very sweet fruits. I have personally tasted the difference between fruits here where I live and in Africa, and the difference is very big. Thank you.
Yes, the thing I wanted to come back, but I had to pass this first one on because otherwise most probably wouldn't have come back, is your explanation about the levels of the others that I have to be, or we have to be aware of, that they're not on the same level. Because we are emerging the whole planet, and it is already done. The shield is already there through the Gans fields because of the immense of pouring Ganses in the water systems, in the seas, in the oceans, and the fountains. The first field is already been done. Then this field is connecting with all the magras which are already in position. For the magravs then to connect with the star formations. You, with being present today and formulating and supporting or creating and your wishes, you are the fourth reactor. So we are elevating every single soul. Nobody is behind and nobody will be left behind. We are elevating the souls to all come to the same level as everyone else. But as I explained yesterday, they have a slightly different tune, they vibrate on a different level, but that doesn't make them any different than us. They're a soul, they're a light, and they will start shining as more as we go out and disperse the ganses and the waters and the magras, and we change our point of view, the way we look at the magras or our star formation. John is a beautiful teacher when he starts talking about his star formation in Arizona. He talks with passion. He explains it with passion because he sees he's within the fields. They talk, they correspond. What we are trying to achieve with the blueprint teachings is with all the fields of the Ganses already in place, covering the whole planet, and the magras, which are as light beams everywhere, in each house where they have been placed and functioning, or even still asleep, they are alive, because it's not because you haven't plugged them in, they are not alive. And the so many thousands of star formations which keep on getting built and put in position. Now the only ignition key we are missing is you, humanity, as souls, to fill up your cup. You filled up the cup of your Ganses, you filled up the cup of your Magraph, you filled up the cup of your star formations. Now you're the only missing link. You got to be filling up yourself to make the balance of the 20% which we are short of, for your cup to start beaming as your Magraphs, for your star formation to function the way they give, for your Ganses which are already doing their performance. We are the only creatures which are behind, with only 20%. So if we can start doing and refilling our cup, which is the most easiest way to just to go in the mirror and burst into laughing in beautiful adoration of who you are and look in your soul, because you're going to look in your eyes and emerge and increase the fields there. For this just tiny little 20%, we can achieve it. that our cup can start running over, so generous as the mangroves, as the simple little tiny ganses, which are so beautiful and so powerful. Now, if you ignite your soul to be as equal as whatever you have put into your creation, with the right intent towards your own soul, you elevate your soul. Then we're going to become one light. We are waiting for you. I got a confirmation from Topoli. He goes,
Maybe he hears Mr. Keshe in the background.
no, there's no noise. He just went,
Well, Mr. Keshe apparently has come in here in the last while, so maybe it's time
That's
to hear from him.
Good afternoon. I was trying to sneak in very quietly or to blow the whistle.
You get
The
spotted.
dog blew the whistle, yeah.
Topoli knows when he's there.
I was telling Benjamin I can eat my wife. It's very nice. Um, thank you very much. Carry on. I'm just listening.
Oh, you think you're going to get away so easy with it? I don't think so. You got a surprise for us. Oh, Mehran, we cannot forget. Please, Giovanni most probably is online. He knows we're going to talk about and share the beauty of Naomi.
Is he there? Is he with us?
You can call him in the background.
Busy today. He usually comes up. He's sorting something else out. I don't know where he is. Yes, we can share that tomorrow morning with him. There's no problem.
Yeah,
But
we have to inform him. I'll see if I can get.
yeah, I hope you heard or you had access to hear. We had a successful press conference, full pack room with the people and the press. We hope we'll see a good response back. We laid out the position of the foundation and why we are here and what we are here to do. And it was important because they always heard one side of the story. In a way, it's good for us that we laid out our roadmap for Ghana, what we are going to do here, and what is our intentions. I don't know how much you heard. It's been recorded. We will release the recording from the press. This will create a
Mr.
lot of
Keshe.
positive move for us, and at the same time, yes,
Yeah, we haven't heard anything yet. I don't think, or at least most of us haven't heard
yes.
any. We haven't heard any details yet. So go ahead.
So what I don't know this conference. It lasted for about an hour and a half, an hour and three quarters. But it was good for us that we laid out exactly what we're going to do. We announced the establishment of the Cash Ghana Global, that we move all the activities of the manufacturing, the headquarters of Keshe Foundation to Ghana. And we announced the opening of the Keshe Foundation banking system in Ghana. This is what we promised we'll go. Now we are negotiating with the banks to move. So the Bank of Keshe Foundation banking system, which we promised to start here, we announced what we call the blue phones to be produced, to be distributed, which means we give a blue phone to every needy. They don't need to know. Once we have their ID and we know who they are, they are given a blue telephone, which means they can get $50 every month till they sort themselves out and they can pass the phone to somebody else. It's the ethos we have to start teaching. This way we share the foundation assets or income. We leave some for the growth and the rest of it goes in helping exactly where we came, what we promised to look after the needy. And Africa is a good place to start. Not many children go to sleep starving. but many children don't have, or many people live on a very short, just enough to live. We try to change that they become part of the society than being on the fringes and outside the society. At the same time, we announced the opening of the new factory in Ghana, which will employ 400 people. The factory is very nice, extremely beautiful. If I can share part of it, um, we expect to move to this site very soon. This is the site of the new Keshe Foundation. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see the picture? Hello? Yes.
It's just coming in there.
This is the new site of the Keshe Foundation factory, which is going to be uh, equipped in the coming weeks. Arman and Klaus will move into Ghana to finish, set up, and then be handed over to the Ghanaians to run. Yeah, it's a 6,000 square meter. We expect now we received the licensing for all our products, and new products are going in. So we increase our work and commitment to Ghana. The investments, which we estimate will be around about 20-30 million, will come in, and at the same time, the foundation and the backup of what we have will start what we call feeding back into the society. Today, hopefully, we start the first clinical trials in conjunction with the governmental officials that they monitor the whole thing. We start trials in different locations. We do not announce anymore as before that it can create problems, but the the supervision of the clinical trials is by governmental officers or officers. This is important as we extend the knowledge and the outcome of the knowledge. The most important thing for us was to show that we are committed to Ghana. We are committed to Ghana production of new systems, and the beauty of it is, as we explained to them, we push the workforce to 2 to 3,000 with the research centers next year. This will change a lot of things for us here and for Ghanaian, where we announced we only employ elite master degree plus scientists. Our workforce were in the press conference, so they could stand up and be proud that they are part of
Hello, Mr. Keshe. We missed that last sentence. Hello?
He's breaking up. I'm trying to get Giovanni. The minute he comes in, I already send you the video, Rick. I just want to wait till Giovanni comes in to share it with us.
And we'll see where we go. We'll see how.
Yeah, he just lost it. He lost the connection. You hear me, Rick?
Yeah, we'll have to just wait a minute and see if he comes back in, I think.
Yeah, he will try to get back in. I'm trying to find Giovanni somewhere through Giuseppe. It all depends where he is at this moment of time. Anybody's short questions, please?
I have a wish, Carolina.
Yes.
My wish is that all of the GANs that we have released in the waters connect and uplift the souls in the same way I was uplifted. This technology has changed my life. And I would love to say thank you, Carolina and Rick Cameron, for which, again, forgive me, my heart is just pounding. But my name is Rick Harris. I'm from Oregon, USA. And I just would like to thank you, Carolina, Rick Cameron, for your diligence in keeping this going, Mr. Keshe. And I have a story. Our story is about our cat. And we received this cat about a year and a half ago from my sons, which through moving around in young adolescent ages, uh, he gave up the cat because he didn't feel comfortable that he was treating it properly. So we took the cat in, and the cat had a serious attitude. Certain times of the day, he would just really get ornery, even to the point he would attack your leg and draw blood. But we forgave him for that and continued to love him. Well, about 4 months ago, I had an idea of putting a zinc tube around his neck as a collar. And so I did this, and I put my intent upon this wish, upon this collar, to calm him and make him more loving. Well, in the beginning, I really didn't notice a difference. But the more and more I evaluate this cat, the attacks have stopped. The morning attacks have stopped probably about 2 months ago. But his rubbing is more constant. He will always walk and make contact with you. He's not a lap cat by any means. He sits on the outskirts of you. Even in a group of people, he won't come in the group. He'll always sit on the outskirts. But I believe this zinc will change people. And that is my wish. My wish is that all of our GANs that have been released can uplift the souls, at least to the elevation that I have achieved. And that is my wish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick.
Yep. Thank you. You communicate with the animals. You are all capable of communicating with your animals. You have to acknowledge for who they are, what they are. And I can tell you a story as well, because I noticed, I actually watched it, about a black panther. And he landed in a care facility for wild animals somewhere in, I think it's South Africa, I'm not sure. And they had huge problems with him because they only could feed him even from a distance. Nobody could go near him. He was always continuously growling on his guard. He was not at peace. And because the person who was running this shelter had a good relationship with all the other animals, whoever they took under their wings, you could see there was harmony, there was communication, they came to cuddle or to express their feelings. But this black panther would not move. And he said, I am at the end of my Latin because he has no life. He's locked up. He doesn't even come out of his cage. This is not good. And he got an offer from somebody to bring somebody who could communicate with animals. And he expressed himself very clearly. I don't understand. I don't believe in it. It will have no results or whatever. So he was a non-believer, non-accepting. And then the lady with non-verbal, she just looked at him. She was communicating on the level, and he was giving through her because she was expressing it in the language of human, to the owner, where he came from and what has happened to him and who he was and what he expected. And she expressed, because she said she received the information through images he was sending to her. So she could see the pictures of what he's on his communication level. And she was interpreting the pictures, and as she was explaining them to the new owner of the park, he had to acknowledge that what he was saying was correct. And through the days, she coached them how to start communicating with him, with the Black Panther. And at the end, the explanation was that he was a very, very powerful being, and that he wanted to be acknowledged that he was that powerful and that he was that beautiful. And he was. And he was very, full of majesty. He had an aura beyond. And the owner started building up this communication with him, that he was acknowledging that he was such a strong animal and that there was no intent of harming or hurting, that they were welcoming him, but not on a pussyfooting way. He made sure that the communication was on the level of respect. So the guy even acknowledged to the panther, I will respect you for who you are, in your strength and your beauty. And he just became so calm. He stopped growling at people. He stopped making these funny noises. He started going out of his cage. And he starts taking his position on a big, like a cut-off tree, high in the sky, 3 meters high, and overlooking his territory. But because of the fact that he was brought into a point of respect, his whole behavior changed. And then the interview shows the guy explaining, I could not believe this. I could not even imagine this was possible. But there you have this majestic animal, black as anything, with beautiful eyes and a force. Believe me, when you see it and when you come across it, it is a marvelous animal. Now, everybody found peace in this rescue farm. And he has found his own position because he's been acknowledged for who he is and what he is. But the funny thing in the whole story is that he just wanted to be respected for the power and the force he had in him. And it was acknowledged, and that was it. That they didn't expect, that was that was one of the most underlying things, that nobody expected anything from him, just for who he was and what he was and how powerful he was. So this came also in the expression of the guy who was running the place. He said, we do not expect nothing from you. You don't need to do nothing, just being who you are. He took marvelously his position and everything just balanced. They have a wonderful, beautiful animal which is peaceful by just finding the correct path of communication. Because the owner, without actually realizing, he created the path because his wish was to have a peaceful farm for rescued animals which went already to such a horrible path of their life, getting lost, their mothers getting killed, being abandoned, being abused in circuses or whatever. He wanted peace for those animals. That was his wish. And then, because of his wish, because he couldn't deal with this animal, because he would not bend nowhere, he wasn't comfortable with it. The lady appeared on the path of the animal as well as the owner, because he was so caring for these animals that he found the path of the solution. That's the beautiful part of how you create a wish and how you confirm the wish and how you realize it and how you create it. Anybody else wants to share something?
Thank you, Carolina, that you explained our cat very well with the power of his soul. Another thing I'd like to mention is again, thank you for the conversations that we've had and how you've directed me. And another person I'd like to thank is I'd like to thank Fabio, because I know Fabio's ascension has lifted many, many people. And when we lost him, I didn't realize who he was, but I learned more about him. And I want to thank him because he has uplifted many souls. God bless him. Thank you.
Yes, he did. And I thank you for bringing this forward because he brought a huge change. And if you watch that first presentation of Mr. Keshe, after this happened, you feel the power of what he has brought as a gift to humanity. He has explained you the gift of true communication. That's why I wanted Rick to go find these pictures, clean them up, bring them in a better focused position, because I think in the path of the blueprint of peace, we're going to have to go a few steps through these pictures. And if we are lucky for Mr. Keshe to be present, to come and guide us more in the communication, the universal language, there's so much more to learn about this, because each picture, each way of the position is the position of your energy, your soul, through your physicality, how you can express yourself. Never mind what they tried to divert it, as Rick was trying to pay the attention, bringing the attention forward. We don't stand still with that rubbish, because the text next to the pictures, and if you go back to even that teaching, you realize the amount of information and the beauty which was in it. It was more than a gift. And as the gentleman just before me said, if Fabio wouldn't taken the position he took in the whole event, how it happened, what happened, Mr. Keshe would have never gone to this level of teaching. And he was very clear about it. It was like Mr. Keshe received a force of mixture of giving, but it changed the path. It definitely changed the path because we all got pulled into a higher level, and it didn't stop anymore. We still are in the continuation from that point, which it got increased so much. Thank you for acknowledging. Thank you for bringing it forward. It was a painful process. And that's why I wanted to bring, most probably that's why I'm searching for Giovanni in the background to come forward, that we can share the beauty, the other beauty which came with it, which is now getting realized, the changes with Naomi. It is absolutely incredible. It's beautiful. If Giovanni can be reached, I asked Giuseppe to try to find him. I don't know. Sometimes it's not easy to get him. But we will definitely present it or today or tomorrow. Anybody else who wants to share something, please? Is Mr. Keshe back?
We do, we do see his name up there. Hello.
Hiding very quietly.
Ah,
I have to get off in a few minutes. That's why I didn't come in. Just listening.
Can you
you hear me?
enlighten more with the universal community language, please?
I have 2 minutes before I catch a flight. So
Good enough.
the time. Universal community has its own way of interaction. In a way, the interaction is on the level of the soul more than anything else because we don't understand the language. We go by feeling, we feel it in ourselves. We fear the communication through our souls. It's the only way to interact. There's no other way. They don't speak English, they don't speak Chinese, and they don't understand us. And so they see our soul, they see reflection of the emotion of the soul. I have to leave to catch a flight. We are back in a few hours. Then tomorrow morning when we teach, we speak about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank
I
you.
will remind you. I will remind you, Mehran. Topoli, yes.
Yes, Papa is here, Topoli. Okay, we'll see you later on. Thank you very much. Do you have a charger with you, Benjamin?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Topoli.
Topoli. Thank you, Caroline.
You just move your headphones away because it's very loud. And just as I reopened my microphone, it just went off again because he can hear Mehran. So, shh, shh, Papa is gone. It's okay. Play bird. You are a play bird. He is gorgeous. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, I know. Somebody else wanted to come forward to share something with us, please.
How can anybody stop themselves but talking? It is very special. I mean, now every day is a different day, and every accumulation of the knowledge is a different day, and is being supported by, at the end of the day, perhaps by Mr. Keshe or somewhere else, someone else. It's a privilege to be able to understand, to be able to feel the interaction down to its core. From my perspective, as I always reflect what I feel from my perspective, well, his joining means is adding. That's how I see it. It's like whenever whenever I hear his voice, I feel like he's joining into another dimension to be able to support something that he already calculated. Very early in the morning of the California, of the all of the people who are staying awake at the moment. I just want to thank you. It's quite difficult, isn't it? It's like I'm gonna go to work soon. It's all right. Really, most people like that perhaps listening, but they don't care. Why? Because peace is more important for themselves within their heart. It resonates. Peace. Just a word, such a delicate word that trembles. Yes, I'm going to go to work. Real California. Come on. Trembles really affects. I always wanted to think about Mr. Keshe. I always think about Mr. Keshe. All the teachings that I hear, it's a different world. We always have two different personalities. Is to combine, finding the right balance in between in this early morning, and it's quite easy with you. Really, I'm smiling like as if I'm gonna go and brush my teeth in a minute. As if I was about to look at a mirror. Yes, I see myself. The eyes that look at myself, there is the question, are they my eyes? Am I looking at myself? Yes, I am looking at myself. I'm confident. And thank you for the knowledge and all the interaction. It's all because I can't stop myself with all my beautiful intentions. Uh, let it be. Guys, put our hands under the stones and just feel the pain. Just a tiny bit of it is to be able to reach. No matter what, we're after peace. Piranhas all around us, in terms of we have our own protection, but imagine a tons of piranhas just trying to bite out of your field, and those fields are protected by our intentions, by our it's just like this, those conditions we're talking. Caroline, oh my goodness, Caroline, you talk hours and hours and non-stop, literally. Yani, what I mean is hours is actually is a long time. You talk and talk, you have to gather all the information and understand it within your intuition. You reach, you pass out of that threshold, you reach billions of no zeros would describe your telling. Thank you so much. I love you all. Um, birds are all around me at the moment. Not anything is supernatural, but it pulls the goodness that have in you, means is an information that is being resonated by you, and it will pull all sorts of creatures around you. It's inevitable, yeah, and you can't stop it. You go out in the out of the wildness, you'll see many creatures are approaching you. Deers approached me, male of it, just to find out whether if I'm okay, and the rest of the family. This is not a. It happens to all of us on every level. A fly approaches you, is the same thing deer approaches me. As insignificant that you think. Uh, um, and then I take everything as equal. And Mrs. Caroline's words are golden. When Mr. Keshe joins its times by two, us intuitions, think about it. We're all here as we're real. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alper. I'm thinking that we should probably phase out of our program for today. What do you think, Caroline?
Have we reached the end? Can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Have we reached the end?
I think we've reached the end for now. There are other things. There's some images and so on from Jigbani from Togo, but we could have them in the next session. Would be nice.
Yes. We're not going to start a new topic. Not today anymore.
Right. I think we're.
I think we all need a time.
Yeah, I think our software and hardware all needs a timeout now.
Did you had enough coffee supply?
Yeah, enough coffee.
You're cheating. You're cheating because you could walk away, darling.
Caroline, you need to think about the translators and the transcribers. They will have a big time.
It's beautiful. I feel good to end the meeting. We restart tomorrow, and with a fresh mind, a fresh cup of tea, fresh smile on the face. After passing the mirror, join us not with a full cup of coffee, but also with a full cup of soul. I think that will be more important than anything else. But the two combine very nice. A full soul and a full cup of coffee.
Yep.
I thank you, team.
Go ahead.
I thank you, team, for being so patient today. You've been very, very extremely quiet. I know you've been doing a lot of work in the background. So we come back with a fresh start tomorrow. I salute you. I honor you. I love you. I hear your need. I feel your pain. But I will join your soul in your source. See you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
May I also say thank you, Caroline. You have lifted me a lot today. And not only me, but all the rest of them that listens to this. And also I would send a thank you to my African friend, Paul, who has taught me so much lately. And it's a big leap forward for me and for all of us, because Paul enlightens us very much also. Thank you all.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. Maybe we could all give a group I am present for that one. So let's close today's session with I am present, and we will be present also for tomorrow's session starting at 10 a.m. Central European Time for the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity. And we got lots in store for that session, so don't miss it. I am present.
I am present, Caroline.
I'm present, Gatua, Kenya.
This is John. I am present from Argentina.
I am present from California, naturally from Istanbul, Turkey.
I am present, Vince from Canada.
I am present, Chandra from Hungary.
I am present, bro.
I am present, Thomas from Switzerland.
I am present, Flint from the United States.
I am present, Mark from Virginia.
I'm President Mernaz from France. And thank you, Caroline. You listened to what I asked God and you answered me, and I see the result today. Thank you very, very much.
I'm present, Klaus from Moscow.
I am present. Much.
I am present, Pia from Denmark.
Okay, thank you everybody. I think we'll close it now, and there's many people present as suggested before in both the live stream and the chat and all over the world. So thank you everybody for attending to today's session, which is the 182nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 27th, 2017.
I'm present, Stefania from Italy.
Thank you, Stefania. And yes, so just once again, we'll be broadcasting again at 10 a.m. Central European Time tomorrow on Friday. All right, thank you everybody, and I'll end the live stream now.